of a brush brings life to an empty canvas, so does literature. It awakens the soul with its infinite shades of meaning.
Good morning to one and all present here.
Today, I, Sanvi,
And I, Amira, will be your hosts. In the words of the great Mark Twain, the man who does not read has no advantage over the man who cannot read.
today we come together to celebrate the power of literature, a realm where every word holds the potential to transform lives and broaden horizons, and a timeless connection where art and words dance together, creating a masterpiece that speaks directly to the heart.
Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed guests, participants, and beloved students, welcome to Lotus Echoes, Lures of Litter Art, a symphony of words that dances gracefully, much like a flourish on a canvas.
Special welcome as we are accompanied by our revered school patron, Dr. Shyama Chona Ma'am, Chairperson of the Managing Committee, Ms. Jaspreet, Member Managing Committee, Ms. Serena Uppal, our Director Principal, Ms. Anita Malhotra Ma'am, a special guest, the renowned artist, Ms. Sonam Kaldra, a group of eminent authors and members of the jury.
Sanvi, don't you think to guide a ship towards the horizon of excellence, one must have a captain whose vision is as clear as a painter's finest strokes?
Yes, Amira, just like Santiago in Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea, at the helm of our institution is a leader whose persistence and unwavering commitment to progress has transformed our school into a beacon of learning and growth.
Our principal, Anita Malhotra Ma'am, embodies a unique artistry. Her leadership, much like Monet's brush, blends wisdom with innovation.
With immense pride and admiration, we request our visionary principal ma'am to welcome the august gathering and deliver the welcome address. Ma'am, we request you to adorn the stage with your presence.
Thank you, dear Sanvi and Amira. A very happy and a joyful morning to all our esteemed guests, dignitaries, passionate lovers of the written word, teachers, students, and the most enthusiastic participants of the premium schools of the country. It is with great joy that I welcome each one of you to this year's Lotus Echoes, the Literary Fest, a celebration of literature, creativity, and the power of storytelling. This festival stands as a testament to our collective belief in the written word's ability to illuminate the human experience, broaden our perspectives, and inspire change. Through stories, essays, poems, and plays, we step into lives beyond our own, traveling through time, cultures, and places we may never physically visit. Literature grants us wings, and today those wings bring us together to share in the beauty of language. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our senior-most member of the Lotus Valley family, the head of the Lotus Valley family, none than our very charming school patron, Dr. Shyama Chona, Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan awardee, a great mentor who's metamorphosed lives of thousands of students, parents, and teachers alike. an eminent educationist, an author, a philanthropist, a true visionary who is so passionate about inclusivity and providing quality education to the 21st century learners. Dr. Chona has written so many books on parenting. One is already on display, The Nurture Talk, and one is on the anvil. It's underway. It's I Am Zero. Dr. Chona, how you find time? It's really amazing. And from Dr. Chona, it's gone on to, the right genes have gone on to Tamanna, who's again a beautiful author and a national awardee. I also take this beautiful opportunity to welcome our most magnanimous and committed school management, our chairperson, the very beautiful Mrs. Jaspreet, and member of the managing committee, the very dynamic Surina Uppal, who are truly symbols of purity, love, peace, and I don't know what all. Surina ji just hurt herself, but look at the spirit in her. She came rising up to the auditorium amidst all of us. Thank you, Surina ji. With great enthusiasm and a lot of love in my heart, I welcome the multiple award-winning singer and composer Sonam Kalra, who is known for her beautiful, powerful voice and complex compositions. Trained in Hindustani classical, Western classical, gospel, and jazz styles of music, she is acclaimed as a versatile singer and composer. Her unique brainchild, the Sufi Gospel Project, blends the many voices of faith through poetry, prayer, and music to create one universal voice of faith, and has won her much critical acclaim globally. She has a long biodata. The resonance of Sonam's music and inclusivity of her message has touched the hearts of millions. Sonam ji was here about 5-6 years ago, and we've yet not forgotten that day. And time and again, we have been talking about you, and we've been wanting to get you back. We were just wanting the pandemic to get over so that everything is smoothened out and we are all happy people. Sonam ji is accompanied by Ehsan Ali. He will be on the sarangi. Thank you, Sonam, for your benign presence here and for agreeing to come here. One phone call, that's it. And I think Sonam was in US at that time, if I'm not mistaken. She said, yes, Anita ji, I will be there. How sweet of you. Can't thank you enough. With immense pride and gratitude, we have the pleasure of the company of around 16 authors, out of which 8 of them are here, and the rest of the 8 will be joining us tomorrow for the second day of our event. To begin with my utmost delight, I welcome Mrs. Mona Verma, a renowned author and an alumnus of DPS Ranipur, Lady Shri Ram College, Delhi University, and she's an award-winning author of 9 books and over a dozen anthologies, which have been the subject of thesis for many research scholars. She is the co-founder of House of Harmony, a literary initiative to direct and curate literary events across the country. Thank you, Mona, for being here. You are so respectful, so obedient, like a little child. And never once she has met me and Mrs. Chona. She's meeting today for the first time. However, Mrs. Chona was the one to identify her. And never has she met me without touching my feet. And I feel a little embarrassed, but then I feel, oh, these are the sanskars that we've given to our students, our children. Then we have with us Debashi Guptu, who is a journalist turned writer. Her novels and short stories have been published by Rupa Publication and Juggernaut Books. She's written 7 novels and innumerable short stories, and also conducts creative writing workshops in and around Delhi, NCR. A warm welcome to you. A warm welcome to Dr. Urvashi Sabu, who has over a quarter century of experience teaching English literature at PGDBA, DAV College, Delhi University. Her area of specialization is Pakistani women's poetry. She has been the Charles Wallace India Trust Translation Fellow at the British Centre for Literary Translation, University of Norwich, UK. She's an avid reader, a committed environmentalist, and a passionate advocate of women empowerment. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. A warm welcome to Raisha Lalwani. I don't think Raisha has arrived at the moment. A gifted author and a magical storyteller, she has captivated readers worldwide with a unique storytelling style and ability to delve deep into the complexities of human emotions. An avid reader and a writer, she wants children to embrace the beauty of emotions and the power of storytelling through writing. A warm welcome to Shweta Mudgil, a journalist, a writer, an author, and an adventure seeker. That's very interesting. A warm welcome to Partho Sengupta. That's beautiful. That's wonderful. A born artist who made a name for himself in the creative world with over 3 decades of experience in mainstream advertising and integrated business platforms, shelling out successful campaigns across all medias and channels. Partho Sengupta currently works as the National Creative Head at the Times of India. His creative sojourn has shaped him into being a classic example of a man with perfect blend of sense and sensibilities, an inspiration for all those who want to have a heart to art. And we saw your heart to art outside. The first glimpse. We also have with us many more authors who are a part of a jury to judge various competitions that are being held at different venues of the school. My sincere gratitude to Mrs. Meenakshi Singh, a renowned author, also a parent whose 2 girls are on the verge of flying out from the school. Mrs. Shikra Diwan, a writer by passion, a Parvati Sharma, who is also a grandmom. Thank you so much for making it. Mr. Abhishek Bakshi, a technology journalist and a columnist for several global and Indian publications. Ms. Nancy Gupta, a storyteller. We are going to have a nice storytelling session. Mrs. Ashima Anand, the renowned artist, and Neha Maheshwari, an author who writes in English as well as Hindi. My gratitude to Vishesh Prakash, the story people. Also, I take this opportunity to thank all of you for being here, for supporting art, and for celebrating with us the timeless power of literature. I would be failing in my duty if I do not acknowledge the hard work done by our event coordinators, Priyanka Shorain and Charu ma'am, along with our headmistress, Ms. Ekta Anand, Monica Jasrotia, and our most dynamic vice principal, Ms. Ritu. I thank all the teachers for putting in the best of their efforts. Here's to a festival filled with curiosity, discovery, creativity, and joy. Welcome to Lotus Echoes. Thank you so much.
Ma'am's pursuit of excellence is as tireless as the river that shapes the land. We are fortunate to have you, ma'am, as the guiding force behind our school's success. The welcome address has intrigued us, and we are surely looking forward for this exciting day to unfold.
Every secret of a writer's soul, every experience of his life, and every quality of his mind is written large in his works.
To officially set the stage for today's Literary Fest, I now invite the event coordinator, Priyanka Shoren ma'am, to present the exordium, Echoes of Expression.
Respected Principal Ma'am, our dearest Shona Ma'am, Jaspreet Ma'am, Serena Ma'am, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty, dear learners, and our enthusiastic participants. It is with great pride and excitement that we gather here today for this momentous occasion, Lotus Echoes, Lores of Literate. This event marks a special moment in our school's journey, where the worlds of art and literature converge, offering us a glimpse into the profound beauty of human expression. And being a literature teacher myself, how can I miss out on poetry? So here is, in the words of T.S. Eliot, therefore, let us go, then you and I, when the morn is spread out against the sky, on a journey that will help us dive deep within our inner worlds through the tools of books and brush. I stand before you all to unveil this program spanned across 2 days. Day 1 unfolds with a soulful saga, a musical rendezvous that one must experience in person to truly understand the power that the voice of Sonam Kalra holds. It is the rhythms of a voice and the instruments that shall reverberate like sounds transient, but breaking through the noise of our minds, echoing in each heart that fills this auditorium today. And then a circle gathers, a panel blazing with the glow of imagination and words. Here the embers burn brighter as Mona Verma, Debashi Guptu, Urvashi Sabu and Mayura Mathur sit beside the flame with our young authors and readers. Their stories curling like smoke in the dark sky of this auditorium. And you know what? It will only take a bit of imagination for you to see it all transpire before your eyes. As the fireside conversations flicker, Raisha Lalwani beckons the curious into her workshop where pen meets paper and imagination takes flight. Meanwhile, the young adventurers set off on their passion trails, led by the voices of Shweta Modgil on day 1, Achinglu Kame and Sanjita Singh on day 2. And in the silence between words, Partho Sengupta paints a story sans words, his designs capturing emotions that words cannot, inviting us to listen with our eyes and feel with our hearts. And then we await the dawn of day 2, where the journey only deepens and the lores of literate unfold further in the fireside light on day 2 with Renu Malviya, Anurag Anand, Shweta Mathur Lal and Vishesh Prakash taking our young minds to the world of books as tools, leading us towards the good life. On day 2, Ajit Menon leads the curious into the shadowed world of espionage, decoding the Indian spy and the secrets that lie between the lines. Ajat Shatru takes us on a theatrical odyssey where stories come to life on stage. Every performance a dance between words and action. In the world of visual art, Sangeeta Kumar Murthy finally guides us through appreciation, showing us that art, like literature, speaks volumes without speaking a word. As the final fire dims, Lotus Echoes will leave its mark. A symphony of stories, a gathering of voices, and a promise of endless lores to be discovered. May this event serve as a beacon for all of us, reminding us of the incredible potential that lies within each student and the power of collaboration and creativity. Together, let us create, discover, celebrate the artistry that defines our community. So welcome all and let the festivities begin.
Priyanka ma'am for this poetic rendition of the exordium.
Amira, imagine a painting by Rembrandt. Each stroke so deliberate, so filled with light and shadow, that it draws you beyond the world of the canvas.
And just as with the masterpiece, there are individuals who transcend the ordinary and whose presence fills a room with wisdom.
It is in this vein that we are privileged to welcome our very dear Dr. Shyama Chona ma'am, the patron of our school and a luminary in the spheres of parenting and education.
As J.K. Rowling once wrote, we do not need magic to transform our world. We carry all the power we need inside ourselves already. Chona ma'am embodies this transformative spirit, inspiring us to harness our potential and nurture our minds.
With utmost pride, we invite you, ma'am, for the inaugural address.
My dear friends, whenever Anita, your beloved principal, invites me to these beautiful programs, I cannot sleep the night before because I'm excited to come here. If I normally wake up at 7 o'clock, today I was up at 5:30 to be here. All that is beautiful. But when she asks me to speak, my heart sinks. I'm very happy that public speaking is not included in the echoes today. Because भाषण पे भाषण सुन सुनकर हमारे कान थक गए हैं. But when I'm ordered by a principal who commands thousands of children and many thousands of parents, I also say Ji Salam. Ji Salam to Anita Malhotra for such a guiding force. I mean, she is, if I had the power to give her the award for the best principal in the world. The kind of things we saw today and we're going to see now, and above all, she can do it with a lot of happiness, and my house echoes with her laughter. And they all say, in my house, if Anita hasn't been for a couple of days, that what happened, the walls are not echoing laughter any longer. So I have to tell her, please come, just come, sit and laugh. That will be enough. And we, the serious-minded 80-year-olds who dump ourselves into, nose down into the books or the newspapers, we also wake up. Anita, you are the best and the utmost, should I call you my child, a prodigy, or I don't know what to say, but the best product ever to come out of this year. The beauty of this school is because of the beauty of two people. The chairman of this school is Jaspreet ji and Surina ji, the chief member of the managing committee. They have created schools as beautiful as they are, And I wish there were more schools like Lotus Valley so that the products that you're seeing today and you're going to experience more, you will appreciate where these schools have come from. Of course, I've never seen a valley of lotuses, but I've seen a school of lotuses. And those school of lotuses are really, I've forgotten DPS where I was for 40 years, and now all that I can remember is Lotus Valley. And all this is because of individuals, patrons, investors. I mean, I would call it, they put their whole life into the investment of these institutions. And these two families, Sudhina ji and Jasprit ji. My heart goes out in appreciation of the vice principal, another product of DPS. I don't mind mentioning it because that might really be quite an honor to DPS, okay? And not so much here. And then the headmistresses, the beautiful ones. And not to forget the coordinators. You heard one of them. My God, what imagination. What invitations. What authors, what writers, what artists. Each choice. I wish I could mention each one of your names. But mera bahut bahut namaskar aap sabko. Bahut bahut namaskar. And of course, the students of Lotus Valley and the participants from other schools, you are our welcome guests, and I hope you'll enjoy the 2 days. I stand from the students' platform, and I do hope that you will also make it to the famous authors and artists that are going to be putting up their expressions in the coming 2 days. Lotus Valley is an exceptional school because, as I said, normally lotuses don't grow in valleys. Normally lotuses don't echo, but these lotuses are special. May these echoes go the world over and create that music that you will be hearing today from Sonan Kalra. If music is love, if music is magic, then it is Sonan Kalra. यहीं पर प्रेम भाषण समाप्त करते हुए मैं आप सबका स्वागत करती हूँ, और मेरे स्वागत को जब प्रिंसिपल जी ने किया तो मुझे थोड़ी सी शर्म आई, उसमें थोड़ा सा झूठ और थोड़ा सा सच था। सच्चाई ये है कि आज के दिन मेरी एक ही ख्वाहिश है कि मैं भी लोटस वैली की एक स्टूडेंट होती।
As said by Virginia Woolf, words do not live in dictionaries, they live in the mind. Ma'am's words have left our hearts illuminated. May we request Ma'am to kindly come on stage while we invite Jasprit Ma'am, Serena Ma'am and Principal Ma'am to felicitate Chona Ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for honoring our guests with your token of affection.
We are now in for something truly special. What awaits us now is the enchanting world of musical melodies. Each note a journey, and every rhythm a connection to the divine.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the next flow of today's magic. Rhythms of the Soul.
With a voice that transcends boundaries and a mastery of both Indian and Western music, Miss Sonam Kalra has graced prestigious stages all around the world. And accompanying her today, we have Ehsan Ali on the sarangi, Ricky Soni managing the sound, and Arshi on projections. Please join me in welcoming ma'am for a mesmerizing performance. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone.
But I would expect no less from Lotus Valley International. Thank you so much. Thank you for the lovely introductions. I must make special note of the incredible young MCs. Your diction, your emotion, so beautifully said. And I have to say, every time I perform at a school, especially Lotus Valley, I've been here before, I am really impressed. I'm impressed with the level of perfection that you all work so hard to achieve. I am moved by the truth in which you do it, with the integrity with which you do it. And I'm always amazed by you, Anita ji. Really, I say yes to you because it is your personality. You pick up the phone, and I think, as Dr. Chona so rightly said, there is such a lovely, contagious joy about you that I don't think you allow for anyone to feel anything other than the affirmative. And I say that about the two of you as well. Both of you, Jaspreet and Serena. I mean, your personalities are so warm, and it is true. The people at the helm of an institution or any organization, they are the ones that set the tone for what the rest of the organization is. And Ritu, you're such a fine example of that as well. Ritu's been a friend for a long time, so this is very special. So thank you so much to each one of you, to the people at the top, but also very importantly to the students. Thank you for having us back at this lovely Lotus Echoes Literart Fest. It's always special to share my music, our music, and its message with you, especially because you are the future. And sharing is such an important part of communication. Sharing thoughts, ideas, hopes, and even dreams creates a sense of community, of togetherness. And when we communicate, when we share, we allow ourselves to feel. And when we feel, we allow ourselves to heal. I'm Sonam Kalra. I'm a musician, a singer. But I think I knew very early on in my life that I didn't just want to sing to entertain. I wanted to be a musician with a message. Let me explain. You know, the last few days I've been thinking a lot about my mother. My mother passed away a few years ago. She was my best friend. She was my role model. She was an incredibly strong woman, but had so much vulnerability and sensitivity to her that I truly believed that she, in my eyes, will always be the ideal woman. And I've been thinking about her so much because it was her birthday on the 11th of September. And my earliest memory of music is with my mother, sitting on her lap in our house on this very special chair, which I still have in my room. listening to all kinds of music in different languages, in different genres. Everything from jazz to Indian classical to rock to pop to ghazals and even reggae. My mother loved music and it was always playing in our home. So you have Alexas and you can do the same. And trust me, it will only bring you joy. So music was in a sense possibly my first language. And as I remember my mother, I think of what it means to be a mother to my children and of the future that I want for them. The kind of world I hope my children will inherit. I have 3 children. Actually, let me correct that. I have 9 children. I have 9 children. 3 two-legged ones under the age of 5 years. I have a 5-year-old daughter. And I have twins who are 4 years old. And I have 6 dogs. And I must speak collectively of them as my children. I'm going to share the names with you because they're all lovely names. So there's Noor, who's 5. There's Meher and Nirvair, who are 4. And then there are my dogs. There's Garbar, Chutney, Ladka, Ladki, Chokra, and Mirchi. And you know what I notice about them every day? I notice that they are fearless. They are loyal. They are joyful. They are refreshingly honest. They're happy to play with anyone. And yet they have a very clear idea of what they want. And they are totally focused on what they are doing in the moment. You know, we are all like that when we're young. And then very sadly, we grow up. We stop listening to our inner voices. Our judgment starts to get colored by the words of others, by the outside world. We start worrying about what the world will say. And we lose our very special inner power. My mother always used to tell me that whenever you are in doubt, whenever you feel like you don't have the answer, just close your eyes, place your hand on your chest, and ask yourself what feels right. And I promise you, your inner voice will always tell you the right thing. It will guide you to do the right thing. And since I've been a child, I've always done that. I've always connected with my inner voice. I've always trusted my inner GPS like you trust the GPS of your car. I've trusted it. And I have trusted it implicitly, even when the whole world told me that something couldn't be done. Whether it was when I quit my job in advertising 15 years ago, just after I got a promotion, to everyone's surprise, because I decided I wanted to pursue a career in music. I didn't want to wake up when I was 70 years old and say, I wish I had done music. So I trusted my inner voice then. I lost my voice for a full year after that, and I was told by a doctor that I wouldn't be able to sing for a long time. But I didn't listen to him. I listened to my inner voice, not my outer voice. And I stayed the course. I decided I would fix myself, and I did. My husband and I were underwater in the tsunami, which is a huge tidal wave that hit Sri Lanka in 2004, and we almost died. We were holding on for dear life to a pillar. We had the water over our heads. But I stayed absolutely calm because I asked my inner voice, will we be okay? And I heard a voice, my inner voice, say that we will. And I trusted it, and we were okay. I have always listened, trusted my gut, my intuition. And I tell you this because as children, it is so easy for you to get distracted by what your friends say, by what the outside world tells you is right, can be done, can't be done. I'm telling you, just listen to your inner voice. Listen to your hearts. And that is how I was able to break away even, to create the Sufi Gospel Project. I broke away from traditional definitions of music. And I created this rather unusual genre of music called the Sufi Gospel Project. I remember the first time Ehsan came over and I said, this is what I want to do. He trusted me and my inner voice as well and said, okay, let's try it. And that's why we are here today, 13 years later, 14 years later, still being able to share our music with you. So now let me tell you just a little bit about the Sufi Gospel Project. Sounds confusing, I know. So I'm going to explain it. Sufism, for all of you who've heard this word bandied about, Sufism, simply put, means an acceptance of all truths. Gospel means also the truth. And so I thought, I want to create music that talks of this acceptance of all truths of all people. And if I want to do this, the only way I can do this is by bringing all the diverse voices of faith together. So I took poetry, I took prayer, I took music from different languages and religions, and I blended it all together to put forward this message of inclusion. Most important word, I think, in the world today, and harmony. I did a lot of research. I researched philosophies, ideologies from different cultures, languages, regions, religions. And what was so exciting and interesting for me was that despite them seeming different, I found through those differences more similarities than I could ever imagine. And then I thought that what if we truly, truly start listening to each other rather than talking above each other? If we do that, we might realize we are all saying the same things and we all want the same things. And so using this power of music, I tried to talk of a world that was without labels of man, woman, religion, gender, preferences, anything. A world without discrimination, a place of harmony, a place of acceptance, where the lines between all of these labels could be blurred. A place where the words of Sufi Saint Kabir Das, whose poetry I'm sure many of you are studying in school, could flow into a beautiful gospel hymn, where the sound of Ik Onkar and Om could resonate with a call to Allah, where many different calls to God, many different hallelujahs could exist in harmony. And as I went on to create this, something exciting happened for me. My mind, my heart opened even more. And my definition of Sufism widened. I started to sing about equality. I started to use my voice for change. I started speaking out for the voiceless, speaking out for women's rights, speaking out for children who needed education, educating young men about standing up for the women they were with, standing up for what is right. I talked through my music about discrimination and how important secularism was. And you know how I did this? I did this just the way you would. I did this very simply. I did this by telling the truth and by believing in what I wanted to say. Not by shouting or screaming or protesting perhaps, but by sharing, gently, kindly, but also strongly and powerfully, because I believed in what I wanted to say. Making people think and changing mindsets one note at a time. Now, one of the questions I get asked a lot is, has it been easy for you being a musician who's doing something slightly different? Not even a little bit. Not at all, in fact. I go through periods of so much stress and so much worry and so much pressure on myself. But I don't expect it to be easy. It mustn't be easy. I'm glad it is not easy. Because we learn the most through struggle. And if we allow it, struggle will fuel us. I sang a protest song when CAA happened, which was at the time that the Muslims were being discriminated against in our country. And I knew fully well that I could get into trouble, and I did. I got trolled massively on social media. My YouTube channel could no longer be monetized. It got blocked for a year. But it didn't stop me. It only reminded me that this message is all the more important. This message of equality is more important. Because if there are people who are stopping me from saying this, then it must be said even more. Those are the people we need to change. So one step, one note at a time. And before I showcase to you, through the music, what we mean, I would like to introduce to you a wonderful, wonderful musician who has been such a huge part of the Sufi Gospel project from its very inception, whose who plays the most favorite instrument, my very favorite instrument, and I'm sure it's his favorite instrument as well since he plays it. His name is Ehsan Ali. So a huge round of applause for him, please. So very quickly, I'm going to ask Ehsan to show you the sarangi. Ehsan plays the sarangi. The sarangi, the word, the etymology, the origin of the word sarangi comes from so-rangi, which means 100 colors. And why is it called an instrument of 100 colors? Because it is said to be so evocative, so versatile, that it can display over 100 different colors, 100 different emotions. The amazing thing about the sarangi is you don't play it from the tips of your fingers like you would a guitar or with, like you would a sitar even. But you play this from just behind, you know, where your first digit is, where you can bend your finger just under the nail bed right here. You bend your fingers and you play it from this part. And Ehsan started to play the sarangi when he was about 6 years old. He learned from his incredible father, his guru. And I asked him, I said, you must have had baby skin when you started playing at the age of 6. And he said, yes, I did. And I said, didn't your fingers bleed? He said, yes, they did. I said, then what did you do? He said, we had to keep waiting. They would bleed, they would heal a little bit, and then I would play over the wound until my skin on this part of my fingers really hardened. And when he told me that, I thought there was such a beautiful lesson in it. You know, there's a beautiful quote by a Sufi saint who you might have heard of. He's one of my favorites. His name is Rumi. And Rumi says, the wound, the pain, is where the light enters you. And that is so true of the lessons we need to learn in life as well. That, as I said, the struggle will only strengthen you. And Ehsan is a perfect example of that. So that is the sarangi. Just for a little knowledge for some of the students of music, but also the non-musical students, the sarangi has 3 main strings. It's made of a single block of wood. It has 3 main strings and 40 sympathetic strings, which means that these strings, when the 3 main strings are played, these strings resonate to create the very beautiful sound. Again, the first time I heard this, I said, Ehsan, so much sympathy, it must be a woman. So he said to me, he said, Ji bilkul, and you know how men are? And none of you boys should be like this, by the way. I'm using Ehsan as an example to say this. He said, Ji, isiliye main aise apni god mein rakhta hu. So I said to him, I said, ये वैसे कितनी पुरानी है? So he said, हमारे फैमिली में 200 साल से. I said, आप अपनी नानी का इतना ख्याल रखते हैं, ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है. So the first piece we're going to present to you is something we created many years ago. It was quite a story. It was a song based on the poetry. It's something we composed based on the poetry of a wonderful Pakistani poet called Faiz Ahmad Faiz. Faiz Sahab lived his life on his principles. He spent a large part of his life in jail only because he was protesting, not because he did anything wrong, but because he was protesting against the wrongdoings of the government, of the establishment. And in this particular kalam or poem, he says that the strongest tool that each one of us, no matter how weak you think you are all very strong. Because the strongest tool you have at your disposal is your voice. And you must use your voice judiciously to speak out against injustice, to speak out for the voiceless, and to speak out when you see someone needs you to speak for them. He says, as individuals, and I say this to the young girls in this room even more, you must know the power of your voice. You must know that it can carry, even if it is a whisper, it can carry. So in this kalam, he says, speak out, because your lips, they are still free. Speak out because your body, it is your own. Speak out because this life is your own. And when we created this, we added a refrain which said, Bolo ek awaaz hai hum. Because we believe that the power of the individual voice is very strong, yes. But the power of the collective voice, when you come together, that power is unstoppable. I know this morning, feels like night in the dark. This morning we'll be presenting to you no Bollywood songs. I don't sing Bollywood music. And the reason I don't do it is Because I know there is a lot of beautiful music out there, beautiful Bollywood music, especially the classics. But I really feel that as leaders of the future, you must open your hearts, your eyes, your ears to all of the beautiful music that India has to offer outside of Bollywood music. I mentioned Alexa. Go home, ask Alexa to play some beautiful classical music for you. I know Rituji was telling me you had a Spikmaki concert, through which many of you must have sat and thought, oh my God, what is this? But it won't feel like that if you go home and you listen to Kumar Gandharv or Bhimsen Joshi. You'll start to feel it, just like you grow to like any song. So open your eyes, open your ears, and open your hearts. I promise you, they will be moved in ways you never thought possible. So we're going to do Bol Ke Lab Azad Hai Hum. I think someone has moved my in-ear monitor from here. 1 second. Stop, 1 second. Someone seems to have moved the in-ear monitor. 1 second. बोल के लब आज़ाद हुए। बोल के लब आजाद है तेरे, बोल ज़बान अब तक तेरी है, तेरा सतवा जिस्म है तेरा, बोल के जा अब तक तेरी है, बोल के लब आजाद है तेरे, बोल ज़बान अब तक तेरी है, जिस्म है तेरा, बोल के जा अब तक तेरी है, देख के आंगन की दुकान में धुंध है, शोले सुर्ख है बात है जिस्मो ज़बान की मौत से पहले बोल के सच जिंदा है अब तक बोल जो कुछ कहना है कह ले बोल ये थोड़ा वक्त बहुत है जिस्मो ज़बान की मौत से पहले बोल के सच जिंदा है अब तक बोल जो कुछ कहना है कह ले बोल के लब आसान है तेरे बोल ज़बान तक तेरी है एक आवाज़ है हम बोलो एक आवाज़ है हम बोलो एक आवाज़ है हम बोलो एक आवाज़ है हम तेरे आवाज़ है हम बोलो एक आवाज़ है हम बोलो एक आवाज़ है हम बोलो एक Thank you so much. Thank you very much. The next piece that we will present to you is also one of the pieces of the Sufi Gospel Project. Now this one is not a gospel song traditionally, but that was one of the exciting things that happened when I decided to create the Sufi Gospel Project. I decided to make my own rules. I decided if this was something I was creating, if it was going to be my truth, then I get to make the rules. And so I took a song that resonated with me a lot because of its message and its meaning, and I blended a Sufi verse with it. And the song I chose was from a beautiful singer-songwriter. In fact, I think he was one of the most incredible poets of our time. His name was Leonard Cohen. Now, Leonard Cohen wrote this incredible song called Hallelujah. He was so moved by the idea of this song, which was that many different calls to God, many different hallelujah. Hallelujah is a call to God. Many different hallelujahs can and must exist in harmony. And he was so moved by this idea that, can you imagine, he wrote a song with 108 verses to it. 108 verses. Can you imagine how much time that must have taken? And how moved he must have been to be able to write 108 verses to a song. I was so moved by what he'd written that I added one more verse to it. I was going to sing all 109, but Anita, you told me that you have authors, so I'm going to let the authors speak to and only sing a few verses of this song. But I'm also going to share to you a screen that you're going to see very soon. One of my favorite quotes or pieces of writing, since we're talking about literature today, by a wonderful female Sufi mystic. And she was a Sufi mystic at a time when women were not meant to be Sufi mystics. Much like Mirabai, who broke so many norms being a woman and writing Sufi poetry, writing Bhakti poetry at a time when women were not meant to break the rules. So this quote by Rabia al-Basri from Iran, and I think it's even more pertinent given that women's voices are being silenced in Iran. She wrote many, many centuries ago. She said, in my soul there is a temple, a shrine, a church, a mosque. In my soul there is a temple, a shrine, a church, a mosque that dissolve in God. Prayer should bring us to a place, to an altar where no walls or names exist. In my soul there is a temple, a shrine, a church, a mosque that dissolve in God. Hallelujah.
David played, and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do ya? Now it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing but you needed proof. You saw her there upon the roof, her beauty and the moonlight overthrew you. Delilah tied you to a chair, she broke your throne and she cut your hair, and from your lips she drew the hallelujah. You say I took his name in vain. I do not even know which name the holy dove was moving above you. There's a blaze of light in every word it does. This floor I used to live alone before I knew you. Now I've seen your flag on the marble arch. Our love is not a victory march. It's when every breath we draw is hallelujah. 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 I know that there's a God above I cannot see and I cannot touch, but I know that there's a truth when I can feel you. And it's not a cry you hear at night, it's not someone who's seen the light, it's a true and it's so broken. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
How much time do we have? Do we have time for 2 more songs or 1 more? Whatever you say. I don't want to delay the author. They'll like it more sweet. So very quickly, I'll explain the next piece to you. It's called a tarana. Now, imagine a world with freedom from labels, from definitions, from preconceived notions of what can be, what should be. What a beautiful way to exist that could be. And that's why the next piece I want to present to you is called a tarana. The word tarana is derived from a Persian word called tarannum, which means song. Now, even though tarana means song, a tarana is created without any words. It is a song without words which uses syllables. Syllables like dere, na, dim, tana, tadim, yalali, almost percussive syllables that were tied in with melody and rhythm. And the reason they do this is that so that you as a listener may interpret this song and the emotion that comes to you from this song in your own way, this song in your own way. This is very similar to jazz. There is almost like a scatting where you go beep, ba ba doop, be, be, be. That's jazz scatting, and the tarana is very similar. Pandit Kumar Gandharv in fact said, he said, when all else has been sung, sing the tarana and it will free your soul. So this is a tarana that Ehsan composed a while ago, and we'd like to present it to you. so much, and I can't wait to hear from some of you. If you'd like to write to me and tell me how you interpreted this song, you can find me on Sonam Kalra Official on Instagram. DM me and let me know what you thought, what this song evoked in you. So the last song we're going to do, I know I probably don't have the permission to ask you to get up and dance. Do I, Mrs. Malhotra? Okay, so you can get up and dance in this one. Just let me explain to you what the song is about. So this is something we composed, again, a long time ago. I can see everyone's very excited about dancing. Yes, let's dance. So let me explain the song to you before you get up to dance. And there's a little quiz before you can get to dance. So this is written by one of my very, very favorite poets called Baba Bulle Shah. I know you've all listened to that song, Bullea in Bollywood. You've probably listened to Rabi Shergill's, what was that song that he did? Another song by Baba Bulle Shah. So Baba Bulle Shah was an incredible man. In fact, he was one of the few Sufis that believed in the blurring of gender lines as well. Whenever male poets wrote about God, who they called their beloved, they felt they needed to become women. They needed to don the avatar of women to write poetry for their beloved. And you know why they did that? Because they believed it was only a woman's heart that was capable of love like that. A love that is true, a love that is with complete surrender, a love without ego. Even the male poets acknowledged that it was only a woman's heart that could expand and grow to that capacity to love like that. So every single male Sufi poet wrote like a woman, whether it was Amir Khusro, who wrote Chhat Tilak. When he says, "Main to khadi thi aas lagaye, mehendi kajra maang sajaye, dekh suratiya apne piya ki, haar gayi main tan man ko." He writes as a woman, as a bride waiting for her beloved. Rumi wrote like that. And so did Baba Bulle Shah. In fact, Baba Bulle Shah took it a step further. He used to dress like a woman and go out into the streets with a veil and wear ghungroos and a skirt and dance. That's how much they respected and believed in the power of the divine feminine. And that's how little these labels mattered to them. For Baba Bulle Shah, a love of God implied a love of all humanity. He believed that God and religion should not be there to divide us. Religion should be of the people, for the people, and by the people, as should God be. And everyone should have access to call out to God in whichever way seems right. I belong to the Sikh religion. Ehsan is a Muslim. When I started singing Sufi music and gospel music, I was asked, "Why don't you sing Shabad? Why don't you sing Punjabi music? What's wrong with you?" And I said, I should be allowed to call out to God. I can sing everything. Of course I sing Shabad. But I also sing gospel music and I also sing Sufi music. And I do it with the same ibadat, the same shiddat, the same feeling in my heart, because for me, God is the same and every single religion is the same. When I look at the person on my left, I don't see the label of religion on them, I just see another human being. And that is what Baba Bulle Shah says in this piece. He says, my teacher, and this is for all the wonderful teachers here who impart such incredible wisdom to their students. He says, "My teacher has taught me a wonderful lesson. My teacher has taught me that my temple, my shrine, my mosque, my church is not within the four walls of a building, but within the walls of my heart and within the walls of the heart of the person who is sitting right next to me, whose shoulder is touching mine. मेरे गुरु ने मुझे एक ऐसा नुक्ता पढ़ाया है कि मेरा काबा, मेरा किबला, मेरा मस्जिद, मेरा मंदिर किसी चार दीवारी में नहीं है, मेरे दिल में है और मेरे साथ बैठे इंसान के दिल में है." And he says, now that I have this knowledge, I'm free. I'm free from the shackles of ritual and religion. And in celebration of this freedom, I will wear my ghungroos, my ankle bells, and I will dance, because I know that in every person I see, in every person that I interact with, there is divinity. And just a reminder to each of us, if we can remember this very, very important lesson, we will naturally treat others with the same respect that we want to be treated with. And if we can see God, if we can see divinity in each of the people that we see around us, then wouldn't life be so much simpler? And so now the quiz. We have 3 distinct sections. I know the middle one has greater strength, so you will get less points. But I am going to recite to you the words of this song. Now, this is a song that Baba Bulle Shah wrote. It has come down the oral tradition. A lot of Indian music doesn't get written, especially folk music. It just comes down being sung from generation to generation, so the words get changed. This has a little bit of Farsi, Persian in it. It has Punjabi in it. And when this came to us, when I always say the poetry comes to me, when this came to us, we decided that it had such a happy feeling to it that we would change the traditional composition and we put it in a major scale with happier notes. So major scale are all the notes that you normally sing in, which is the Sare Gama Padha Nisa, without any sort of tivra swars or any komal swars. So we decided we would make it happy. And so this is, and then I told Ehsan, I said, you play the sarangi beautifully, but do you think you can try and play the fiddle, the sarangi like the fiddle, because I want to give it an Irish element. And he thought I was off my rocker, which by now I think he's realized I am, officially, proudly, and I like to break rules. So he said, okay, I'll try it. And he did an incredible job of it. So you'll hear this, you'll hear the tabla being played almost like the drums, you'll hear the flute, the bansuri being played like the Irish flute, the sarangi being played like the fiddle, and you'll hear a mix of many different religions in this. But I'm going to recite the words to you very slowly, and I want to see if Group A, Group B, or Group C is able to replicate them. And of course, the winners will get a huge round of applause. So, Group A, this is it. I'm only going to say this once, right? So you're not going to get other chances. So very slowly, it's Al-Fatin bin 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 Nuktair padhaya re. Anyone? Once more. Alfat in bin un bin an bin nukta yar padhaya re. Your turn. I can't hear anyone. Did nobody get it? Some people are covering their faces even. Okay, Group B. Oh my God, well done Team B, well done. Team C, your turn. Well done Team C. Come on Team A, you better get your game strong. But you can sing this with us, and now I think everyone can get up and dance. So please feel free to stand up. Don't be embarrassed. Remember what I said, one life, no time for shame, no time for being shy, no time for fear. You'll have to call us for a proper concert and for the partition performance. Sab khade ho gaye. Alfat, Ricky. Thank you so much. You were the most amazing audience. Thank you. A huge round of applause for all the wonderful students and teachers and authors and Dr. Chona especially, who got up and danced. When I grow up, I want to be you. Thank you, Mrs. Malhotra. Thank you, Serena Jaspreet. Thank you, Ritu. Thank you to every one of the amazing educators here. Thank you, students. Thank you for being so patient, for listening so carefully. It really means the world to us that you were here listening to what we had to say. And I just want to end with a thought. I want to end with one thing to say to you, that remember that even if your voice shakes, speak out. Remember that you are the future. You can change the way the world functions. You can make inequality equality. You can make injustice justice. You are the future, and your voices matter. Thank you so much, and good afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hassan Ali, Ricky Sani and Arshi Sharma. Thank you.
Everyone, can we have a thunderous round of applause for ma'am? As Faiz Ahmed Faiz said, speak, your lips are free. Speak, it is your own tongue. Speak, it is your own body. Speak, your life is still yours.
What an enchanting performance! Sona Ma'am's voice, much like the verses of Rumi's timeless poetry, has touched the deepest corners of our souls today.
So true, Sanvi. And how can we forget the heartfelt talk? It is your light that lights the world, ma'am. Thank you, Sona ma'am, for your resonating and ever-inspiring words. It surely benefits today's environment. Another round of applause, everyone. We now request Miss Mayura Mathur to tickle us with a pop quiz. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello everyone. After that wonderful session with Sonam, I don't think anybody's in the mood to do some serious talk. So we thought we'll just do a small pop quiz so that everybody comes back to the lit reading mind, because we are so excited and so enthralled by Sonam's performance. We're like all in the musical world right now. So I'll just quickly can we do a pop quiz? Yes? Alright, why not? Let's do a dance before. Sure.
We'll just keep the element of music on for some time, and then we'll move to your serious talk. Thank you.
Dear friends, it's time to hold our breath as we enter into a captivating, spectacular world where movement becomes poetry. Rasa revelations, a striking relationship of slender moves and intrinsic emotions, capturing the essence of human hues from joy to sorrow, love to longing, all expressed through graceful movements.
Absolutely. This performance will take us on an emotional journey that words alone cannot convey. Let us sit back and allow ourselves to be transported by the beauty of dance.
Mayura's here. I think you did find your way, TSP. You managed to put some magical power. The curtains got stuck for a while. So we are going to, yes ma'am, so we're just going to take 2 minutes and then we'll just get that fixed. In the meanwhile, you may have an interaction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the curtain getting stuck. But maybe it's time to get some gifts, some goodies. So, who has the rolling mic? Can somebody with a, all right. Are we ready? So if you know the answer, you're going to raise your hands. Nobody's going to shout because then, the fun goes away. So the first one, and I'm sure we'll have many takers for this one. Who is the head of Gryffindor House in Harry Potter? Khushi, can we go at the back?
Dumbledore.
No, that's not the answer.
Professor Minerva McGonagall.
Yes, that is the right answer. Can we please have your name?
Tia Agarwal.
All right, congratulations. Now I think everybody's excited. Are we? Okay, so the next question is Bambi, Sleeping Beauty, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Cinderella. All these beautiful stories have been converted into motion pictures by which production house? No, you can't give out the answer.
Disney.
Perfect. It's Walt Disney. So you get those questions in your test papers, no? If something is to something, then what is to what? So this is like that, a twist question. So if Oliver Twist is to Charles Dickens, then Hamlet is to?
Shakespeare.
Right, that's the right answer. Thank you. So we give a pause, right? All right. I think the curtains are working.
Thank you, Mom, for engaging us with that fun quiz. Can we have a round of applause for Mom?
Now let's move on to our next segment, Rasa Revelations.
विश्व रचयिता के हर एक रचना में भाव विद्यमान है। यदि चित्रकार अपनी रचना को रंगों से ना सजाए तो वह भाव विरक्त हो जाते हैं। भावों की अटखेलियों का संगम जीवन को ऊर्जा से भर देता है। भाव ना हो तो यह देह मात्र अस्थि पंजर का ढांचा ही रह जाता है। भाव जीवन को उल्लास रूपी कोश से भर देते हैं। यह हर एक के अंतःकरण में निरंतर बहने वाली अविरल सरिता है। यह कभी मंद तो कभी उग्र प्रताप से प्रवाहित होती है। इन्हीं भावों के संगम को कहते हैं रसों के रस, नवरस। श्रृंगार रस संपूर्ण ब्रह्मांड के जर्रे जर्रे में श्रृंगार रस की झलक होती है। श्रृंगार केवल तन को सजाने का प्रतीक नहीं, बल्कि प्रेम के प्रति आत्मसमर्पण का भाव है। देवी देवताओं ने भी इस रस का पान किया है। साहित्य और जीवन दोनों में युगों युगांतर से श्रृंगार रस का महिमा गान है। हास्य रस मंद मंद मुस्कान से अधर सजाए, हंस रही है नायिका और काजल भीगता जाए। जिसके बिन नहीं जगत में ओज है, हंसी है होठों पे तो दुख रात्रि में भी खुशियों की भोर है। खिलखिलाहट के बिना जीवन रेगिस्तान सा वीरान है। हास्य रस ही जीवन तारने की पतवार है। करुण रस दुख, शोक और अनिष्ट का भाव जीवन की हरित माँ को बंजर बना देता है। शावक का जननी से बिछड़ना, नायक का नायिका से विजोह, प्रिय से पुनः ना मिलने की निराशा में जब नेत्रों में आंसू भर जाएं, तब हृदय में करुण रस उत्पन्न होता है। विभत्स रस मनुष्यता को त्याग जब मानव पशु प्रवृत्ति को अपनाता है, पाप कर्म के मार्ग पर चलकर स्वयं का चरित्र हनन करता है, तब घृणा उत्पन्न होती है और समाज में नकारात्मक सोच, सकारात्मक विचारों का चीरहरण करती विभत्स रस को जागृत करती है। रौद्र रस प्रभाव प्रेम का कम होकर पैदा होता है क्रोध। सभी भावों को छोड़कर मन देता है विनाश का बोध। यह भावनाओं रूपी चित्रपट के प्रकाश स्तंभ को जड़ मूल से विक्षिप्त कर देता है। क्रोध से भरा भाव प्रेम के अंकुर को नष्ट कर रौद्र रस को जन्म देता है। वीर रस जिसे देख के सुन के हृदय में पौरुष चढ़ता है। शौर्य की अनवरत ज्वाला अंतस में धधकती है। महाराणा प्रताप, झांसी की रानी सरीखे असंख्य वीरों ने किया वीर रस का पान। जग में होता है सदाशूर वीरों का बखान। भयानक रस मन विचलित, सभी भाव उलट पलट हो, व्याकुलता की व्याकुलता चित्त में ना चैन हो। विनाश का तांडव जब होने लगे मन में, भावों पटे परे पुष्ट से आस्वाद भरे हर जन में, मन की गंभीरता और शांति को करे जो भंग, भयानक रस बिखेरे ऐसा रंग। अद्भुत रस परमात्मा की हर नेमत है अद्भुत। धरा से अंबर तक विस्मय से भरी है यह सृष्टि। अद्भुत से इस अद्भुत रस के हैं सब चाहक। विलक्षणता और नवलता है इसके वाहक। जिसे देख रहे जाते हैं सब अचंभित, वह है रस अद्भुत। शांत रस, तन की पीड़ा मन की दुविधा शांत लगे। भक्ति करने का दिल में अरमान जगे। सांसारिक पीड़ाओं से मुक्ति का मार्ग प्रशस्त हो। मोह माया नाश वैमनस्य का अंत हो और परमात्मा के वास्तविक रूप का ज्ञान हो। मन मौजी जीवन के अग्निपथ पर सहजता से चलता है। शांत रस हम सभी के चित्त में पलता है। मानव जीवन तभी सार्थक है जब इसमें सभी भावों का समागम हो। हमारे जीवन में कोई भी रस प्रधान हो जाए तो जीवन का संतुलन बिगड़ सा जाता है। तथापि जीवन रूपी रंगोली की शोभा तभी है जब हृदय में नव रसों का वास हो, नव रसों का वास हो, नव रसों का वास हो।
Our next segment transports you into the wondrous world of literature with distinguished authors, budding writers, and eager readers.
The magic of storytelling often lies in the untold. Amira, do you know that Franz Kafka, known for Metamorphoses, worked a day job and wrote late into the night?
Absolutely. It's fascinating how these brilliant minds craft worlds out of simple experiences.
On this note, we request Jaspreet ma'am, Serena ma'am, and our respected principal ma'am to kindly extend a token of love and appreciation to our esteemed authors and honored guests. May we please maintain decorum in the auditorium?
Okay, so in the meantime, till the time ma'am comes back, what we're going to do is we're going to move to our respective venues for the different inter-school competitions. So can I request the teachers in charge to take the lead and guide the students from different schools to the different venues for their respective competitions. We also request the teachers in charge to assist and help the judges also proceed to the different venues. In a few moments from now, we'll be felicitating our guest authors, and the audience is requested to stay seated while the participants move to the different venues.
The accompanying teachers, the teachers who are accompanying the participants are requested to be seated in the auditorium for the panel discussion. The teachers who are accompanying the participants from different schools are requested to kindly be seated in the auditorium for the panel discussion. And the respective teacher in charges are requested to kindly take the students to their venues. Grade 8 students are requested to be seated. Please do not leave the auditorium without any teacher's permission. Laksharaj Jangir for Sutradhar Tagore International School. May I have you here? Please come down. Saz Jaiswal, are you here? From Coons Caps College. Please come down. Sia Agarwal is there. Samad Khan. Shania. Sia Kapoor. Sia Kapoor, may I have you here? Thank you, everyone.
Everybody in verses and Kavi Sammelan, please settle down yourself.
Participants of Verse Through the Years and Kavi Sammelan to remain seated in the auditorium. Rest of you, I see you have moved to your respective venues. Ada Arora and Adi Chawla, Verse Through the Years.
Are you there in the auditorium? Can I have the participants for Verse Through the Years raise their hands very quickly? Verse Through the Years. We have 10 participants in total. Verse Through the Years. We are here with the teacher in charge, that's Gunjan Azmani ma'am. I request all of us move backstage. Gunjan ma'am, if we can take them backstage please. Thank you. Okay, just to announce the competitions and the workshops that we are going to conduct simultaneously. The judges and the participants for the various competitions have moved to their respective venues. We have Prose to Palette in the A Block Art Room, Cover Concoctions in C Block Music Room 4th floor, Dull to Dynamic in C Block Dance Room, Bell the Spell in Room 212, Sutradhar in C Block Basement Computer Lab, and we shall have Verse Through the Years and Kavi Sammelan in the auditorium. Simultaneously, we'll have the workshops as well, and we apologize for the slight delay here. We'll be starting with first felicitation of the guests, and then they will move to the different venues for the workshops. We have the Fireside chat, which is going to be held in the auditorium. We have Mona Verma, Debishi Guptu, Urvashi Sabu, along with Mayura Mathur, and our two budding writers and readers with us. Then we have Meet the Author, beginning a love story with Miss Raisha Lalwani in A Block Library, followed by another workshop by Raisha, which is going to be held in the same library, that is A Block Library, which is called Go Creative, a creative writing workshop. And we'll also have Passion Trails by Shweta Modgil in C Block Library. And Partho Sen Gupta will take a workshop called Story Sans Words in C Block Art Room. So we'll now be felicitating our guest authors. May we please request our dear Director Principal Miss Anita ma'am, along with Surina ma'am, Jaspreet ma'am, to adorn the stage with their presence, to felicitate our guest authors. That is Miss Mona Verma, Miss Debishi Guptu. A huge round of applause, everyone. Urvashi Sabu, Raisha Lalwani, Shweta Modgil,
and Partho Sengupta on stage, please. Thank you so much. Audience, I think we lack energy today. A huge round of applause, everybody. Quick.
A huge round of applause for our guests, everyone. And now it's time for the fireside chat with our eminent authors. Today, we have a chance to hear directly from these literary minds.
Indeed, it's time to step into the minds of our brilliant authors as they share not only their works but the stories behind the stories.
So here we have books and banter, fireside chat with the authors. So let's settle in and enjoy this candid exchange of ideas, experiences, and literary wisdom. A huge round of applause once again.
Can we request the panelists to be kindly seated?
Hello everyone, am I audible? It's called A Wonderful World of Words, and today we're going to find out why is it called so. There's a saying which actually, excited me when I was kind of looking up what to talk today. And it was very brief, but it meant a lot. It says, think before you speak, read before you think, because after all, the game is in the words. As they flow along, meanings, conversations, and stories flow along. So I'm very happy to have Mona Verma, Urvashi Sabu, and Debashi Gupta with me today on the panel. But what excites me more is the fact that we have Vivan and Khushi from Lotus Valley who have joined me today in moderating this conversation. It's always good to have young people coming and talking. Thank you. I think I should be able to manage. I will swim through. Great. I love doing it the analog way, so while people still go through the phone, I feel there's nothing like paper. So today, as we unfold the many genres that are packed within the covers of a book, irrespective of what they are, we are going to talk to our authors about how a new dimension and a new layer can be added with every reading, and how every genre can actually help us understand life a little better. So my first question is to you, Dr. Sabu. You're a professor, you're an academician, and what I read from your profile, I found you to be a true connoisseur of the word. You have indulged with poetry, to be specific, I think Pakistani women's poetry that you mentioned. You have authored books. I'm sure you have been teaching, so you've been very well versed with the English literature which you teach. I'm sure there are reports and researches that you've been doing. So, my question to you is that what is that one common ingredient that binds your work and your passion so beautifully? How is it that you just bring it all together?
Am I allowed to use the mic, or do I just have to yell my way through? All right.
I think it's on.
Thank you so much, Mayura, for that wonderful question. But before I even answer what you wish to say, I just want to give a wave to the audience, all the young bright people sitting here, and everybody just wave back. We used to do that at traffic signals when we were very little. You all are my green signal today. So if you could just wave, I know you are all there and you're all ready. Right? Wonderful. Yes, Mona is there. All right, how do I unite my passion and my profession? It's the word that unites them, right, Mayura? It's the beauty of words. We've just had a sublime experience with Sonam ma'am's performance. Right? Bol ke lab azad hai tere. Right? Alfat unbin, inbin, anbin, nukta yar padhaya. Right? Now there are sublime thoughts that come to the mind of man. And yet, how would you all know them if somebody had not written them down and if you had not read them? Right? In the beginning was the Word. That's from John in the Bible. Right? We have the primordial sound. Can anyone tell me what's the primordial sound in the Hindu cosmos? The first sound. It's Om. That's a word, right? In Urdu, in Farsi, there is a word called Ikra. It simply means read. If you have to know the word is to be found in books. And if you have to experience beauty in every possible form, in every possible aspect of life, it is the word that will bring that beauty to life for you. We know that beauty exists in music. We know that beauty exists in dance. We know that beauty existed in that exquisite painting of the Navrasas that your schoolmates drew for us. But all of this can be brought alive only and only with words. I noticed, Anita ma'am, in the dance performance of the Navrasas, that your 9 dancers were wearing different colored dupattas. And each of those colors that they were wearing were significant of the rasa that they were depicting. So for example, Shant Ras came with a white dupatta. and Raudra Ras came with a red dupatta. How would you know all this? How would your teachers know that these are the colors of the rasas if they would not have done their research and read what Bharata has to say in his Natya Shastra about the rasas and the colors that are significant to those rasas? So, my dear children, the one thing that unites every possible expression and impression of beauty is the word. It's the word. And the only thing that you will get with words is wings to your imagination. That's how I unite my passion and my profession. It's the word that unites them for me. It's the word that enables me to travel without ever having to step out outside the comfort of my library or my study. It's the word that enables me to go on flights of imagination to the most beautiful lands, to experience the most sublime ideas that mankind has to offer. It's just the word and the beauty of words.
That is indeed beautiful. And Devashi, I know you also have found warmth in your words. You moved from Calcutta to Delhi and Gurugram, and I know that you took a little time to settle into the culture, and you found the love, the warmth with your writing, from writing news articles to research reports to now writing books. What, according to you, is a commonly loved genre nowadays? There is a vivid, it's like a platter, it's like a menu card out there today. Whatever you wish, you get it. Earlier, that was not the thing. But today, at least I don't know what is the pattern these high schoolers are following, or the younger generation or the young adult segment is following. Can you please tell me what, according to you, is a popular genre or a reading pattern style, especially in this age group?
First of all, I just want to say that I'm really thrilled to, see a hall packed with students. Because being an author, nothing pleases me more than to see people who want to find out more about books and reading. To answer your question, Mayura, I do know what young people are reading, but I want to find out whether what I know is true. So we are just going to see what the young people in this room are, whether or not they're reading the things that I think they're reading. So I know young people love mysteries. How many of you in the auditorium love reading mysteries? Show of hands. Okay. I know young people like reading supernatural stuff, spooky stories with a little bit of the occult in it. How many of you like reading spooky stories? Okay. Young people also like reading a lot of mythology. More hands, great. Little bit of romance. Not too many hands.
Raising their hands.
Okay, don't feel shy. We're just here. Nobody's judging you. Just raise your hands if you like reading romance. Okay, some more hands. I've been told that young people also like reading, and I personally think that's a great trend, like reading autobiographies, lives of famous people. Can I see hands? Excellent. Magic realism? Harry Potter? Okay. So yeah, broadly, these are the, I guess people in this room are also reading them. So these are some of the genres that are really popular. There are also young adult stories about navigating school, friendships, life. I think those are pretty popular. Maybe you two can tell us what you like reading.
I like how Evan and I raised the hands for, I think, all of them. I think we, every time you said an example, I think our hand just shot straight up, and we were like, oh yes, I've got lots of books like this which we like to read. But I think ma'am covered all the genres, but I'll pass it on to Vibhan for his view.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Whenever I read for comfort mostly, and those are the exact genres that I find comfort in. You mentioned Harry Potter. That's like the most comfortable book series for me ever. And I relate with every single genre you mentioned in some way or another, with some piece of literature or another. And it's just great to see that we're on the same page here, because there's so many genres and all of them talk about something so unique. and the fact that there's some that we can narrow down and talk about, it's really amazing.
I think that's wonderful because, I mean, just to little bit to end it here, I also started reading when I was very young, and it was escape for me to, something to help me navigate the world. When the current world I was living in got too heavy, I could just dive into the world of books and forget about it all. So I think it's wonderful. I'm so happy that all of you read, and you read so many different genres.
So I remember back in our days when we were in school, and seeing the school environment, it just takes me back to my school days, which I was talking to Devashi about earlier. So back in our school time, I'm from an Irish school, and reading was a very important part of our curriculum. You were judged for not reading, and you were judged for what kind of reading you were doing. So, we didn't have many reading choices then. The maximum that we could, indulge in were maybe Daniel Steele's and the Harlequins and the Sidney Sheldons, the Jeffrey Archers. And I think that primarily at that time was because, or maybe even the classics like Gone with the Wind and Jane Eyre's. So that I think primarily was because we didn't have enough exposure. Also, there wasn't much commercialization in writing and publishing as an industry. But today, the portal has opened. Today, the students have much more access. So Mona, I want to know your take on these different genres that are available today that are impacting the young minds. Because while many have their positives, are there any negatives also? Are we, opening the portal, are we doing the right thing? Or is it good to indulge with everything just to choose your path?
Thank you, Mayura. First of all, I begin by thanking the great leadership of these three beautiful ladies from the Lotus Valley School for inviting me here. This is my third visit to the school, and still I'm as lost as an excited child in a candy store when I come to this beautiful school. One of the commendable schools, institutions this country has to offer. And thanks to the Stories people for bringing me together with this erudite coterie that I'm speaking with today. Coming back to your questions, I feel stories change when storytellers change, and the art of storytelling has to adapt itself in accordance with the readers, with the young readers that there are today. Now, there are many subdivisions of the organic genres that there were. So there was history, there was mythology, and now today you have something called historical fiction, which is stretching the truth, not just stating the truth. And there is a mythological fiction, which is again stretching the storytelling in accordance with the perception of the writer and how they see it. I think it is a very positive way forward, for the reason that when it comes to history or mythology or even some of the religious texts, they all face the fear of elimination at some point or the other. But in case there comes a writer who does not want to sound very didactic, does not want to sound very icy out there, and writes in such a way that the students take it on, they just lap it up. For example, coming back to the genre that I delve in, which is mythological fiction, everybody knows about the Mahabharata. Everybody knows about the Mahabharata. Everybody knows about the Kauravas, the Pandavas, and Draupadi, right? So, once I was asked that, how would you explain Mahabharata in a gist? So I said, if you take Draupadi to be the human body, she is married to the 5 Panduputras, the 5 Pandavas, and you take the 5 Pandavas to be the 5 senses, which are aligned with the human body. And the Kauravas are the 100 tendencies that there are, both good as well as bad. Not all Kauravas were evil, right? Not all of them were evil. There were good ones as well. So if the human body, the senses, if they feel that they can gamble with the tendencies and still win the war of conscience, they are failing out there. And when Lord Krishna, tells Arjuna that despite the fact that there are good brothers as well, all the tendencies need to be exterminated in case you need to win the war of your conscience. The world, the life that we are living is the war of Kurukshetra. And the battlefield out there is the battlefield of the conflict between our tendencies and our senses.
which explains everything. So if you take it forward and explain it in your own way, where it is easily imbibed by the readers, what is wrong with it? What is wrong with the fact, in case I come and tell you that, do you think that Yudhishthir was the eldest Pandu brother was an epitome of truth and virtue, and that's that? How do you explain a man who's placed on a pedestal to be always good, and yet he is a co-husband with his own brothers? Didn't he face an imposter syndrome? Always being scrutinized by the woman who was the common wife of all the 5 brothers out there. And how did he deal with the very mysterious nature of his own mother, Kunti? How can a person not fall into the traps of normal mortal problems and be just a Yudhishthir? So because there's a different brain mapping over here, so once an author covers the ground between the organic and the relatability part of it, I think that is where a different genre arises, and there is nothing wrong with it in case the story is told differently, passed through a different medium. Sonam did the same thing with music. Somebody does it with art, somebody does it via education. But if the story can be told and enjoyed, it doesn't matter what the medium is or what the genre is. So I think there's everything positive about it, provided the writer is hefting a great responsibility on their shoulders and they stick to that responsibility.
So Debashi, with so much, I'm sorry, you said something? No. So Debashi, with so much information and so many narratives, and like Mona explained, so many versions of content available. Everybody's writing with their own perception, with their own mindset. How do you think all this content and information that young readers are reading is actually impacting their overall personalities? I mean, when I read something, if I read a narrative of Devdutt Patnaik and I go back and compare it with some other writer, or maybe if I read Lost and Found in Banaras and then I go and compare it with another book like that, then how is it all impacting or helping me develop a personality of mine?
I think the first thing that a book does is to develop a sense of empathy. So if you're reading a story, it doesn't matter what genre, who's written it, what the story is about, you immediately transport yourself into the world of that story. So you connect with the characters, you experience the situations they're experiencing, you feel what they're feeling. Sometimes you feel sad on their behalf, you feel angry. Like a lot of you read Harry Potter, right? So do you remember when Harry was being bullied by his cousin, and when he was at his aunt and uncle's place, he was sleeping in this room under the stairs. You feel angry, you feel sad for him, right? So it's developing your emotions, you're being able to put yourself in somebody else's shoes. Now that I feel is very important, to develop a sense of empathy, because you have to put yourself in somebody else's shoes to know what they're feeling, to figure out what their situation may be like. You feel sorry for them, you feel angry about their situation. These are things that books help you do. Books also help you travel and find out about different cultures, different cities, different languages. I mean, you do that through studies also, but this is a little more fun to me. So, so you get to travel, experience new worlds. You strengthen your vocabulary the more you read. I mean, even now, I've written books. I mean, I started out by writing a blog where I was just writing about my life in Gurugram. It was funny because I came from another city, so when I moved to Gurugram, it was like a culture shock for me. So it started by just documenting everyday things. And Sonam said something very important, that you have your voice. But a lot of us, me included, I was very shy, very tongue-tied, still am to some extent, gave me a lot of stage fright to be sitting here. Don't feel so confident to use our voice always. And for those people, there is always the word, so you can write. For me, I started writing from a very early age because I wasn't so confident. I didn't like to get up in front of people and talk, so I wrote. So it develops compassion, empathy, improves your vocabulary, and you get to travel, you learn about the world. So I mean, there's no better way. You have to, all you young people, read and read widely. Doesn't matter whether you like reading romance and you're shy to admit it. I mean, read whatever the hell you want to read.
Thank you so much, Devishi ma'am. I have a question for you, Mona ma'am. I have to say, I absolutely adore the title of your book, Lost and Found in Benares, and especially the issues it covers, which I think are so pertinent to address in today's age. I want to ask you, which elements from different genres did you incorporate in order to make your book so thought-provoking yet approachable for your audience?
Thank you, Khushi. That's a wonderful question. So when I was writing this book, Lost and Found in Benares, I have to veer away a bit and tell you about why I wrote about Benares, considering I come from Haridwar and I wrote about Benares. Haridwar is supposed to be a religious city, whereas when it comes to Benares, it is a spiritual city. It is spiritual. So I guess for a writer, spirituality appeased me more than religion per se. And thank you, ma'am. And then what happens is that when I was this book came from a particular experience which I had in Banaras. So I had gone to Banaras Hindu University to deliver a lecture, and after that we went towards Manikarnika Ghat. And towards Manikarnika Ghat, you see these child widows who are much older now, no longer children, and they are seated by the ghats, and they are wearing this pallid 5-yard sari. That is all that they wear. It is an unstitched piece of clothing, and they are rather emacipated. They are so thin, hardly a flesh on their bones, and their heads are tonsured. So when I went back to the university, I asked one professor, I understand the white, I understand they're thin, I understand they're poor, but why are their heads tonsured? So he said their heads are tonsured so that they look that unattractive that they do not incite any carnal desire in a man. Shame on humankind. A woman has to make that deliberate effort of looking unattractive so that because men have no control over their physical sensibilities. Shame on humankind. You all children who are seated over here, you must be following those Instagram reels, how to have thicker eyebrows, how to do professional makeup, how to make your hair look more voluminous, how to lose weight and stuff like that. And then there are these child widows in Banaras who have to make a deliberate effort of looking unattractive. What a radical oblique that is between them and us. And that is where this book came from. This book also, so as you know, you just did that dance performance on the 9 rasas. So all those rasas I used, when I was drafting the characters, when the character development was taking place. So there was a Rodra in the form of Devi, there was a Shant in the form of Brinda, and there was Shaurya Ras in the form of Nirmala Bua. There was a Vibhas in the form of the owner of the Bada Makan. All those rasas one has to use. So if you see Shakespeare, if you know about the movie Sholay, or you know about the Harry Potter, of course, everybody knows about Harry Potter. All those rasas have been used in some form or in some capacity or fraction or the other to make a story wholesome. Because there is one rasa that everybody associates their lives with, their experiences with. So all those rasas came into that as well. Plus there was this social taboo. There was this social problem that I wanted to address. Address that because in case we don't talk about it, then who will? So when we write for women, we make the world a slightly easier and a better and a softer place for our daughters tomorrow. And that is where the book came in.
That was a really beautiful answer, and I don't think anyone could have that better. I think my next question will be for you, Professor Urvashi. As such a noted professor and also writer, I want to learn from you about which genres you find students gravitating more towards today. Has the trend changed a lot from earlier ones? And if so, what do you think initiated such a drastic change?
Yeah, that's a question I really want to answer, and thank you for asking it, Kushi. It's a sea change in the students that we receive now from the ones that we received 25 years ago. And the first thing I notice is that most students that we get in college have gravitated away from literature to content. Okay, and for all of you young people sitting here in the audience, I do hope you know the difference between what is literature and what is content. Okay, so when it comes to genres, Kushi, the genres that we teach at university level would be novels, drama, poetry, all right? And I find that we have to make an extra effort to engage our students into any of these genres simply because the language is sometimes beyond them, the structure is more or less beyond them, and the length is very, very detrimental to their attention simply because they are living in the age of mini bytes, of content which takes, you know how when you read content on the internet, it says 1 minute read, 2 minutes read, 5 minutes read. I've not yet come across content on the internet which says 15 minutes read, because nobody is going to go onto that. So what is grabbing attention today, Kushi, is actually the length of the genre rather than the quality of the genre. That is something that I find very bothersome, and it's not just as a teacher, but it's also as a reader, all right? Because trust me, children, content can make your day, literature will make your life. And please take content for what it is. It's information. It's not knowledge. So let us distinguish between content which gives us information, you know, all the makeup tips and the long hair tips and the bushy eyebrow tips, and also, this girlfriend and that boyfriend tips, and how to handle a marriage tips, and how to handle broken relationships tips, etc., etc. All right? It is literature that will make you a rounded individual, and if that literature has length associated with it. A lot of my students ask, ma'am, how many pages is this novel? And I have to actually attract them by saying, oh, it's just 120 pages. And you'll be able to read it, all right? So my thing to you, dear children, is do not go by the length. We are not, and I'm apologetic for using this word here, we are not unpads and we are not gamars, right? We do not take up our books and weigh them and say, oh, ये तो बहुत मोटी है, इसको मैं कैसे पढ़ूंगी या पढ़ूंगा? We open the pages, because that is the wonderful grounding that our schools have given us. We open the pages, and trust me, children, once you open the page of a poem, of a play, of a novel, you will be hooked. The first thing to do is to open the page rather than to weigh the book or to go to the last page and count the number. All right? So when it comes to genres, Kushi, to get back to your question, it's not the genre. I try my best, and I think my entire faculty tries its best to induce in the students a love for every genre. A poem can say it succinctly and beautifully in just so many words. A play will play it out with action, and a novel will carry forward that emotion to its logical conclusion. There's beauty in each genre. Pick your own, but for God's sake, don't let it be content.
I mean, literature and content, I think that is such an important thing for this young audience to understand today and to sort of really inculcate in their lives at this pivotal stage. Debishi ma'am, I have a question for you. While seeing your interviews, I absolutely loved how you talked about your shift from Calcutta to Gurgaon and how it was such a, as you described it, a culture shock experience for you. How does that impact your writing with with books like Gurgaon Diaries? And do you think it has caused a shift in your perspective as well?
Yes, because it all started, like I said, with writing a blog. And before that, I didn't know that I had any funny bone in me. that my writing was funny, that I loved writing humor, and through humor, I could actually talk about more serious things and draw people's attention to stuff that needed attention being drawn to it. And the only way I could get people to read was to be funny. So people would read funny stuff and then think, hey, I mean, she's talking about something, but we've experienced that too. So humor helped me dispense wisdom about more serious things in life, satire, and yes, I evolved because it taught me a lot of things about myself, and I did realize that I love writing humorous things because it helps me deal with a lot that's going on in life. It also helps people read because people like reading funny stuff, and it's a blog. So this is something that I tell all you young people, that if you like writing, just write. Don't think about whether you're going to write a short story or there are various forms nowadays, but just start writing. For me, it happened like that. I just started writing a blog, and then before I knew it, it became a book, and it was just me actually ranting about day-to-day experiences of buying vegetables, of buying masalas, of talking to people. I wasn't fluent in Hindi, nobody would understand what I said. So all of that developed me, and then overnight my writing journey started. So yes, I mean, to answer your question,
yes, ma'am, I love how you mentioned that it just started one day. I think a lot of young writers are going to be very inspired by that and start their own blogs overnight. I hope.
Yes, do, because when you start writing a blog, you can write it for other people, you can write it for yourself, you can just make your parents have a look at it, or your friends have a look at it, or if you don't want anybody to look at it, just write. Write what you feel about. You had a fight with somebody, you got angry with somebody, or you had a great experience, a book that you loved reading. It starts. That's how it starts. And soon you realize, okay, hey, I've been writing blogs, now maybe I want to write a short story about something. So that's how your writing journey starts. For me, in a systematic way, the blog is how I actually started. And I realized I have a funny streak in me. And I didn't know that. So, you discover things about yourself. And just to end that again, keep reading. Because even now I read voraciously. So there's no end to it. You read, you write better.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think I can go on and on about what you said, but I'll let Vivaan take the reins for now.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I really resonate with how you talk about humor helping you find comfort in the new city. I think we've already talked about how we find comfort in literature and reading and writing, and how all of those are really cathartic processes for all of them. And thank you so much for your amazing insight. Mona ma'am, my first question would be to you. Students walk away with so much from you when they talk to you. I can without a doubt say that your way of telling us about the Mahabharata is going to stay with me forever. That was such an amazing expression of it, and I could visualize all of it as you were talking about it. But my question is, do you find yourself carrying stories from students with you and translating that into your work? Are there any experiences with students that touch you deeply? And how do those affect your writing and your reading and your outlook on the world of literature?
Oh, thank you. That's a wonderful question. So, you know what? Of course, a writer or author or anybody who's an observant human being will carry a story from even an empty room when they leave it. So after all, we are writing about people, we are crafting characters, and those characters that we pick up are crafted through the emotions that we go through the experiences that we go through, from the settings that we have, from the objects that we see. So there is something that we absorb from every person that there is. And we all are drawing from our experiences. Like they say that writing is cathartic. Why do they say writing is cathartic? It is a veil to what lies inside us. And what lies inside us, we become what we believe in, isn't it? We become what we believe in. So the things that we see, things that we believe, those are the things that we spill out on the paper through our ink. So, of course, there have been students, there have been people who have touched my lives, or both in a good way as well as in a bad way. So when I'm writing, whatever story that I'm writing, there is an experience in my subconscious that suddenly is not dormant anymore. It just suddenly comes alive, and I feel that, okay, something like this happened at some time. So there was a woman who was body shamed, right? And then now there is a character who's eyeing a woman with a very negative discerning eye. Now, how is this person going to speak to this woman? So how am I going to craft that dialogue? So the dialogue from my experience comes to me. This is what this person said to me at that particular time, and this is how I reacted. So my emotions, in a very cathartic way, seamlessly flow on into response of the woman this character is speaking with. So even from students, there are young, vibrant people out there. My second book was called God is a River. God is the River, Story of Faith. So this book was set at the storyline was set at the turn of the 19th century, and it speaks about this girl called Mahua who goes to a rich household to work. So there's a boy Yashvir over there and this little girl Mahua. So when I was crafting Mahua's character, I was looking at the school children in a local school next to my place in Haridwar. When we would get off the bus, so we went to Delhi Public School, Ranipur, and I'm indebted to ma'am for educating me, because she was one of the foundational players for setting up that school. And then there was this local school. So when we would cross them, they would all look at us in the corner of their eye, that there can come the depsites, and we with our shining shoes and they with maybe a toe peeping out. And some of them would stand like this so that the slight tear in the leather won't show. The same thing Mahua does when she is pitted against Yashvir. And she would always feel that, there is a platter of good food that comes, sumptuous good food that comes for Yashvir, and Yashvir very nonchalantly says, "Bhook nahi hai." And Mahua feels, how can anyone say no to food? When you go to bed hungry every night, how can you say no to food, even if you die eating whole lot of it? I mean, beyond your capacity, how can you? So, of course, these are the things we pick up from our experiences, young and old, and that is what makes a book relatable as well.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That reminds me of the quote that a book is a window to the author's mind.
Of course.
And I think writing is such a personal experience, and sometimes even when I write, even for like school assignments, sometimes I'll be writing about politics, economics, and even those will bring out experiences that I didn't remember that I had gone through to the front of my mind. And such a revealing experience, and thank you so much for your insight. That was amazing to hear.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. My next question would be to Urvashi ma'am. Ma'am, you work with so many students in a professional capacity. My question is quite simple and quite straightforward. Do you think good readers make good leaders, and how so? Because leadership is something we concern ourselves with a lot, and I think reading plays a really salient role in it. If you could shed some light on that.
Vivan, you're 100% right. You've answered your own question. Good readers make good leaders. There is no doubt about that particular thing. Why would I say that? That's because leadership is a quality that may be inherited, that you might be born with, but in order to sharpen it, in order to bring it to the fore, in order to realize your leadership to its fullest potential, you need to know what other leaders in this world have done. What were the problems, what were the challenges that they were pitted against? How did they go past it? We do not live as islands, dear children. No man is an island. We learn from our surroundings, we learn from what other people have said. We learn from great minds. And if we do not read, Vivan, all of that greatness means nothing to us. Then how do we live in a vacuum if a leader has to lead people? How does he know what his people are thinking if he is not aware of what is going on around their surroundings? All right, if he does not know the history of the world, if they do not know why revolutions take place, why people come to a position of prominence, if they do not know their history, how are they going to lead? You cannot lead in a vacuum. In order to fill your mind with the sublimity of leadership, you have to have sublime thoughts. And those sublime thoughts, my dear children, are not generated out of the blue. They come because you know what other people think. They come because you see how other people have behaved in a similar circumstance. They come because you find them inspirational. A leader has to inspire, but in order to inspire, a leader has to be inspired. And who else is going to inspire the leader other than other great leaders down the pages of history? So a good leader has to be a good reader. And one more little thing in addition to the quality and the character of leadership. There is also something called the clout, the charisma, or if I may say so, ma'am, with your permission, the riz of leadership. How do you acquire that riz if you do not have words? A good leader is a good speaker. If you cannot impress and inspire your followers, your nation, your praja, if I may use that word, with your words, you're not going to be a leader. A good leader is not just a doer. A good leader is a speaker. Where do you get those words from? Where do you get language from? You get language, you get words, you get sublimity, you get inspiration from the words of other leaders. Have you ever noticed, children, how many times great leaders quote other great leaders? That is to give muscle, that is to give strength to their own words. So if you have to be a good leader, you have to first be a good reader.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can you give a huge round of applause, please? I genuinely think it can't be said any better than great leaders have to inspire, but great leaders also have to be inspired. Thank you so much, ma'am. Your words also really made me think about how reading and writing help us develop intellectual vitality. And that question of development brings me to my next question for Debashi, ma'am. Ma'am, you talked about how writing as a practice helped you find yourself and helped you find your footing. I want to know how other students and other young writers in the audience can use some of that inspiration and can use literary tools like writing to develop themselves, their personalities, their characters, and come out of their shells in a better way.
I think the simplest thing to do is get yourself a notebook, carry it wherever you go, and document your day, everything that happens in your day. Interesting stuff, the people you meet, the conversations you hear. Doesn't mean you go eavesdropping on people's conversations. I mean, writers are, we have a bad name. People say we go to cafes and we're eavesdropping on people's conversations and we turn them into stories. No, you can be sitting and, observing, seeing what other people do. Let your imagination wander, because, I think the first step is to document. Like I said, for me it was a blog. For you, it can be as simple as getting a notebook or your exercise book and just write a few lines about something special that happened to you every day. Make that a practice for a month. What happens to you that is out of the ordinary in your day-to-day life? And then, at the end of the month, look at your notebook and you'll find, I can guarantee you will find something worth developing into maybe a blog, maybe a story, maybe flash fiction is very popular now. There's no word limit to it. It can be 100 words, it can be 2,000 words. So that's a good practice for all of you. Whoever is interested in developing a writing practice, I would say start by doing this, and I can guarantee you it's going to help you, because what you need, even with your studies, you need to do your homework and do a bit of studies every day, right? So if you look at writing like that, you develop why do they call it a writing discipline? Because you discipline yourself, set aside a few minutes every day to write a few words down. It might seem, oh, I just wrote this, it's nothing much. But at the end of a month, you will feel that nothing much has become something really constructive. So that would be my word of advice to all the young people in the auditorium who are interested in writing.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That's genuinely a practice that I'm going to adopt into my life, and I will definitely appraise you of how it goes. That's all from my side. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll be passing the mic to Meera, ma'am.
Thank you, Kushi and Vivan. I think you guys had some brilliant questions, and you guys summed it up and rounded it up so well. I don't think I have any more questions for the panel. However, there's one thought that I've always had in my mind. How early is it okay to start writing? Because these days we see so many school children who want to become published authors. We have many of them in our very school. So I want to know, how early is it okay? And what is the scope of writing early? I mean, how do children actually learn more when they start early?
That question was for me first? Okay. Okay. So, yes, I mean, this is one question we get asked almost everywhere. The thing is that, we see many young writers out there, but the intent is to see their name on the spine of a book. And that is where we start going wrong. Write. First, read. Read a lot. To be a good writer, as ma'am very, very aptly they've put, be good readers and then think of writing. But not writing for getting published. First of all, have short-term goals. Have short-term goals. Where children start going wrong is that they have long-term goals. So whatever they write, they feel that it is the next best thing after the invention of fire and wheel that they produce for this world, and they should immediately get it published. No publisher is going to bank their money on a new writer, that also a young person. So if you have a long-term goal, you will give up halfway in between because nobody will be ready to publish it, and you feel, what's the point that I'm writing, nobody is willing to publish it. So write for yourself first of all, have a short-term goal, pass it through the lens of your teachers, friends, parents. If they say that there is a scope for improvement, first of all work on that improvement. Then have another short-term goal. Get onto the social media and write on the kind of portals that you have any respect for, and then think of book writing, and then have that long-term goal. So have many short-term goals and then reach your long-term goal instead of being hasty and throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That simply does not work. Never start writing with an intent of just seeing your name on the spine of a book, because sooner or later, if it is not good work, it will break our mental spine or the intention or the dream of writing. So read a lot. Itni jaldi kya hai? There is lots of time.
I might have a slightly different opinion from yours, Mona, but I think eventually it's the idea of writing. So I will agree with Mona ji when she says you write for yourself. All right, and here I will quote a very famous Pakistani woman poet called Fehmida Riaz, who is no longer in this world. She passed away in 2018. I had the occasion of meeting her on a couple of her visits to Jamia Millia Islamia, from where I did my PhD. And Fehmida ji's introduction to one of her volumes of poetry had, her idea of why does a person write. And she simply said this, why do we write? She says, for entertainment, for pleasure, for the public? No. We write because there is a voice inside us which envelops our souls like an island that is enveloped all around by the sea. It is a voice that churns itself round and round and round in our hearts and our minds until one day it erupts. It erupts like a firework into words. And when that happens, the sight is spectacular. We write to let that voice out of ourselves. If we think, we write. We write not to be read. We write to express ourselves. We write not to see our names or royalties coming in. We write because there is something in us that tells us, अगर मैंने ये लफ्ज़ अपने ज़ुबान से और अपने दिमाग से बाहर नहीं निकाले तो मैं मर जाऊंगी. मैं मर जाऊंगी. या मैं मर जाऊंगा. If I do not speak, I will die. If I do not write, I will die. And on a softer note to this intense description of writing, if you want to get something out of your system, write it down. If something is bothering you, write it down. If you've had a tussle with a very close friend who you're not on talking terms with them, write it down. If you've had a broken crush, write it down. Once it is out of your system and on paper, you will find yourselves healed, dear children. Many, many years ago, when my father passed away with lung cancer, for a whole 6 months, I found myself unable to wear kajal. And kajal is like the only makeup that I do. Kajal and some lipstick. Lipstick was out of the question. I'm sharing a very personal, very, very personal thought with you, all you young children here. I found myself unable to wear kajal for the longest period of time and was filled inside me with an anger. The whole world has their fathers. Why don't I have mine? Why did he have to go away? For 6 months I went through this. And then one day it just struck me. I have clout in the highest reaches of the heavens. Ab mera koi kuch nahi bigad sakta. Because there is a God and then there is Papa with God. Nobody can do anything to me. I lost fear. And yet that pain remained. 2 years after Papa passed away, I wrote it all down. I have never published it. It was a 10-page expression of what I went through, what my family went through when that hero of a man passed away. And since then, the pain has gone. The pain has gone. I go back to that so many times. It's been 15, 20 years now. I go back to it every time. I read it, I remember what he was, and there is something in me that says, he is here in these pages. So it is a combined act of expressing yourself and going back to it and reading it and finding succor and solace and peace in reading that, right? So write first, W-R-I-T-E, write first for yourselves. Write to take out everything that is inside you onto a page. And on a very, very practical note, I will urge you, do not write on your devices. Do not write on your laptops. Do not write on your phones. Do not write on anything that has a delete button associated with it. Write on pages so that when they turn yellow and your hair turn grey, that book will be there, the laptop and the phone and the iPad will have been junked generations ago. Thank you.
I just wanted to add one little bit to what these two wonderful ladies have added, is that we always think about writing and the end result is a book. But it doesn't need to be that. You can, there are plenty of places where you can write articles, you can write short stories, you can write, small little pieces, essays. So if you really want to see your name out there, you can start like that. I mean, contribute to it. It wasn't so many when we were growing up, but you guys have a lot of opportunity. There are a whole lot of publications, magazines, portals that accept writing from young people. So you can start out by, sending your pieces to those places, see whether, get some critique from them, because then you know whether you have some work to do or not. That being said, I was recently invited to the book launch of this girl. She's 13 and she's written her first book, which is a supernatural thriller about some friends who go to the Andamans. And I was a little skeptical when I was invited, but I went there and that is a brilliant book. So, the sky's the limit, but I would definitely go along with what Mona and Urvashi said. Start small, start with a notebook, document. If you really want to see your name in print or in a magazine, submit there, and then somewhere along the line, if you're really sure that you want a book out, then you can work towards that. But it's a long process. It's also a disheartening process. Having written 7 books, I can say every new book is gearing up for more rejection, a long period of waiting, so it's not easy. So you really need to be sure that you are committed to that kind of life before you take it on. So try it out, spend time, develop focus, develop discipline, and the most important thing is keep on reading, because you cannot write unless you read widely.
Good, but just as ma'am said, just wanted to add something which crossed my mind, that when you become a writer, you're hefting such a huge responsibility on your shoulder, because every word that you ink will be there for generations and many generations will be following it. Like they say, लफ्ज़ों के भी जायके होते हैं, उनको चख कर परोसना चाहिए. Be very careful of every word that you write.
So I believe the key takeaways here are that it's not just patience that one needs to have when getting into the process of writing, it's also the commitment. And more than passion, commitment, perseverance, all those adjectives. What Sonam said in the morning, that inner voice. If you can actually awaken that inner voice at an early stage, you may write early. But be very sure of what that inner voice is telling. Right. Thank you so much, ladies. It was a pleasure having this conversation with you. And thank you, students. I don't think this panel discussion would have been as chattier without you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear students and the faculty, for being here and for giving us an ear, E-A-R.
As Urvashi Ma'am said, the only thing new in the world is the history you do not know. A truly mesmerizing segment. We are grateful to our esteemed authors whose words have sparked new ideas and inspired us to be our own catharsis.
You've given us more than stories today. You've given us new ways to dream. Many thanks to the team, the stories people, for conducting the panel discussion with such smooth coordination and insightful moderation. And to our wonderful moderators, Vivan and Khushi, a huge shout out to you for routing the conversation with such poise and grace.
And to our audience, thank you for your enthusiasm that makes every moment of the journey worthwhile.
Let's have a big round of applause, everyone. As we reflect on our journey of learning and growth, we recognize that our dreams are painted by those who inspire us to reach for excellence. Though Shona ma'am has
Okay, so the plan for now is that 8th graders, since they've been here as wonderful audience since morning, we'll go back to our classrooms. Thank you so much. for being a wonderful audience, we go back to our classrooms. All the teachers are requested to take only 8th graders back to their classrooms. And we shall begin with verse through the years, followed by Kavi Sammelan right here in the auditorium. This is also an announcement for all the teachers coming and joining us from different schools. The students, after their respective competitions at different venues culminate, they will join us here in the auditorium, and from here we'll move for the refreshments. So we stay put for some more time to enjoy our presentations by our participants for verse through the years and Kavi Sammelan. We wait for 8th graders to take the central exit, please. Central exit, please. Which is also known as the main exit. Council members, if we can guide the students, please.
Robert Frost once beautifully said, "Poetry is when an emotion has found its thought and the thought has found words." Today we celebrate this timeless art form with our competition, Verse Through the Years.
From the classical elements of Shakespeare to the modern musings of contemporary poets, verse has transcended centuries, capturing the essence of human experiences, love, loss, and everything in between.
In this event, we invite our participants to bring to life the magic of poetry, whether it's the enduring echoes of the past or the bold songwriters of today. Each verse promises to take us on a journey through time, allowing us to witness the evolution of language and expression.
So let's sit back and immerse ourselves into the rhythm of words, where each line tells a story and each stanza reveals a word. Ladies and gentlemen, let the competition begin.
We would now like to invite on stage our first participant in Verse Through the Years, School Code LVG01.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anya Raghvan, and my poem's name is Love is My Savior. Love is a high, an escape I chase in the quiet. When the silence gets too loud, when the world feels too vast, and I am a whisper lost in the tempest. It starts with a spark, a glance, when the air between us feels different, creating a blissful ecstasy. And so I let myself drown, like a raindrop swallowed by the ocean, its waves pulling me into its warm embrace, filling my lungs with its heavy sweetness. Because love, like any other drug, makes you forget the hollowness, the void that's always been there, lurking, waiting patiently, like a shadow cast by the light you thought would save you. I am addicted to love because for a moment it hides the truth that I am incomplete, that nothing can truly ever fit in the empty spaces I carry. Love's embrace numbs the cracks, making it seem as if they were never there. It gives the illusion, a flicker of hope, that maybe something could make sense in this senseless world. And just maybe I am more than the sum of my shattered parts. And so I float, embracing this beautiful escape. But all good things come to an end. When the high dissipates and reality grounds me, love morphs itself into a mirror, forcing me to face my true innate self, someone I've tried to avoid for years. as reality shows me what I've become in my desperation. And yet, I still chase it. Over and over again, I let love devour me. I let it ruin me. Because, to be honest, I'd rather feel the momentary high than face my despair. Love is the only cure I know to this ache within my heart. And so, I'll forever chase love, knowing that it would never be enough for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that brilliant performance. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone. Let us now invite on stage the second performance of the day, LVG02.
Salutations to all present here. On this prestigious event, I, Adya Chawla, would like to present a self-composed poem titled Beneath the Skies of Change. It is a juxtaposition of the writing styles of both Taylor Swift and Sylvia Plath. So here we go. There, they all vanished swiftly and steadily, while all I ever desired was to put myself out of this misery. Those facetious lies that I once believed, oh how foolish can I be? Those moments that I dearly adored were nothing but just a mild bore. Took you some time to showcase your real face, trying to catch your love like a contestant in a race. Wore my precious dress for my special one, whilst drowning myself into an illusion. Oh mirror, mirror on the wall, oh mirror, mirror on the wall, tell me, why do I need to go through this at all? I was the moon, a witness, shining bright. You were the darkness who stole my light. So here we part, the page is torn. Like Plath, I mourn what's dead and not what's born. Two strangers where we once were one, beneath the sky where love is done. Oh heaven knows, I'm miserable now. Let this be the part where I shine and glimmer, putting everything and all behind. I stand with those who brace me. Let me enjoy this for the time it will be. Like the horses trotting freely in a scenery, I feel myself breaking these anklets of misery. I glow like the flowers on a dewy morning, forgetting all those days of futile fawning. Oh heaven knows, I'm joyful now. Thank you.
Thank you for taking us deep into the world of poesy. That was truly remarkable. With that, let us now invite the third performance of the day, School Code LVG04.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. My school code is LVG04, and today I'll be reciting a poem titled The Heart of the Phoenix, inspired by the writing styles of Maya Angelou and Adele. The heart of the phoenix. In the still of the night, it awaits the sun, with longing and hope, though its journey's just begun, bending its slender neck towards the ground, where comfort and warmth were once so easily found. Teary eyes blink, slow and resigned, with each tear it sheds, so confined, wetting the soil that once felt like home, now unfamiliar, where it used to roam. But soon comes the dawn, with the soft golden light. It lifts its gaze gently, prepared for the fight. Though the night lingers and the shadows remain, the heart of the phoenix shall rise once again. With the weight of the world on its wings it sighs, no one to hear, no comforting eyes, alone in silence, yet gathering strength, not to crumble and fall, it rises at length. Through the darkest of nights and the loneliest of pain, with trembling wings it takes to the sky. It chases the sun, leaving sorrow behind. because deep down it knows inside the phoenix must burn so it can rise. A single drop of sun, like a spark from the skies, falls softly on its feathers, igniting the cries. With a blaze of brilliance, it congests into flames, consumed by fire, forever unchained. In depths of sorrow, where shadows reside, the phoenix aches for warmth that has now died. Forever chained to sorrow and loss, yet it knows it has to rise. For in the end, rise will prevail. Rebirth will arise, widely spreading its wings. The phoenix will soar to the skies. Thank you.
They have truly painted a beautiful embroidery of words that resonates with every listener. Isn't it, Angel?
That's very true, Anya.
Very well then. Let's move on to the fourth performance of the day, LVG 05.
Good morning, everybody. My school code is LVG05, and I am presenting an original poem with the title Chapped Lips, culminating works of Maya Angelou and Taylor Swift. Skin kept taut, dresses flared perfect. The lips so chapped, an intended little defect. Hair pulled sleek, edges curved to corners. To Venus she pays her respects and her honors. Hidden underneath layers so unintelligible from herself, another mask pulled off with the aid of a messy shelf. Beauty is a weapon when wielded right. It is poise within the brawls, grace within the fight. But my chapped lips never let me go before hours, before day's dawn. Memories under all my layers, a dagger's mystic spawn. They cling on to me, such rough, raw skin, only tether to my weakness old. Power is my only akin. But my chapped lips are still sweet to me, my only aid when I worry. Mother still asks me about them, and I say I was in a hurry. But the truth is, I love it when my lips burn ever so lightly. I love it when they hold back old secrets, ever, ever so tightly. Thank you.
That was truly mesmerizing. Thank you for that beautiful rendition. Let's now invite on stage our fifth performance of the day, School Code LVG 06.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Prerna, and my school code is LVG 06. My poem is titled Chasing Tides, and it is a blend between the essence and the writing styles of Taylor Swift and Emily Dickinson. The sand stuck among my toes. I gaze at the horizon above the coast. Colder the water, warmer the wind blows. The sun beams, but my eyes are closed. Light, it escapes through narrow slits, sometimes out, most times in. Earth beneath the feet, underneath the passion, refusing defeat. How long might I breathe in, breathe through, breathe deep, breathe out? Is this weather getting too harsh? Or have I forgotten how to push forward now? How can I pat myself on the back for a job well done when the legends remind me of the boy who flew too close to the sun? But how do we know Icarus felt any regret after all he soared before he met his descent? I wonder, strolling along the shore, can I catch what I cannot know? Even as I hold the waves, they retreat, then repeat the chase. Tides, they roll in, they roll out. Like cherished dreams remain unbound. See, it ebbs and flows. It mimics life where nothing slows. Thank you.
What a remarkable journey through the art of verse. Every performance was truly captivating. Let us now invite on stage School Code LVG09.
Greetings to one and all present here. My name is Hunar and today I'm here to present a self-composed poem in front of all of you. The poem is called After Her 8 Hours, which is inspired in theme and style by Maya Angelou and Taylor Swift, both of whom have had a significant impact on me. And the poem talks about the conventional expectations of society from a woman even after she's done her 8 hours, which is to have fulfilled her responsibilities, fulfilled her duties, and done her fair share of work. So here it goes, after her 8 hours. Casually cruel, in the name of being honest, constantly demand participation in the archetype contest. The cause behind wrecking balls inside her brains, that society for you, the patriarchy remains. The imperfect world looks for Mrs. Perfectly Fine. Oh, she would have made such a lovely bride. What a shame she's being her own self again. That is when a decade ended, but an age began. A walking prey into the den of bureaucrats, pointless distress fighting a world full of brats. Emotionally tired and a god-forsaken mess, but holds her ground boldly in her silhouette dress. Her mind, formerly quiescent, bowed head, lowered eyes, a character to pretend. Sensitivity is a virtue, something that they have no concept of. Her longings were unspoken, but valor soared above. Only when her girlish glow flickers just so, becoming a montage, no longer putting up a show. The world is busy solving champagne problems, but the real oppression they cannot fathom. She tries her best to come back stronger after she falls, but they keep her busy attending debutante balls. Like wildflowers rising from ashes of gloom, hoping the world would be a better place soon. She is a woman, phenomenal woman, that is she. Thank you.
It takes courage to weave thoughts into verse and even more to share them with the world. With that, let us now invite the 7th performance of the day, School Code LVG 10.
Greetings to everyone. I'll be reciting a self-written poem in a prose manner, which incorporates the style of Sylvia Plath and Billie Eilish. It is on the topic of feminism with Sylvia Plath's ideas and Billie Eilish bold ways. Thank you. I hope you like it. She's a graceful one, fragile yet impossible to break. Her voice moved the air like a song you wouldn't shake. Her thoughts were bold, but she was left to be caught in deep. She doesn't wear her struggles, they're her stories she'd keep. She's a beauty wrapped in mystery, the queen unchained with bold ways. She wanted to be heard, to rise and roar. She's gold and purple, imaginary and strong. I I did not know I had to raise my voice just to be heard, to be seen. But now I stand in front of you. I'm going to raise my voice, whispering to the darkness just to be heard. She was not just gold plated in silver or golden play button. She was more than that. Incorporated in the song, the beauty that shines. A mother, a female, a friend, everything. Strong, so as to stand and fight in front of society. She's the voice that I'll raise. I'll roar. I want to be heard, and that's what everyone wants. She was polished down in ways nobody wanted, but they did not know that she was more than that. A female, imagine. Thank you.
They have shown us how poetry transcends time, with every word a spark of inspiration. Next, we have the 8th performance, School Code LVG 13.
Good afternoon. My poem's called The Sense of Senselessness. It's inspired by Emily Dickinson and Billie Eilish. It essentially talks about the difference between the brain and the mind, and my poem talks about what goes on in my mind. If I could go back and change the past, be a little braver than I had, and bet against the odds, would I still be lost? In the upside down world of my own mind, my mind could wrap itself around the skies 1,000,000 times, just like it wraps itself around me. But sometimes, just sometimes, I'm not able to wrap my own head around it. My mind could take up the entire ocean. It's blue, like the deep sea ocean. My mind could soak up the entire ocean like a sponge, just like it's been able to soak in all that lies ruined. I try my best to live in black and white, but I'm so blue. In the back of my mind, I'm still overseas, trapped in something I once thought was made just for me. But how could I be so wrong? People believe I have it all sorted up there. But don't they know I'm so afraid? We're all just humans, a victim of he I call insane. The warfare of the mind, the guerrilla of the mind, trying to search for love. Some call love magic, but don't they know the search for it is just a bit tragic. What I'd give to see if the grass was greener on the other side of all I've had and all I've lost. I see what the mirror shows me. The mirror, so precise, so sharp, with utmost clarity, it clouds my vision every time I look into it. I wish I were Alice with the looking glass. I wish I could look through rather than look at. Sometimes when I'm not standing in front of my mirror, you see, it looks at a blank wall. Sometimes I feel like the wall, sturdy as I try my best to hold everything up, decorated with paints and frames, but at the end of the day, I'm just another brick in the wall. Thank you.
Let us give them a huge round of applause for performing with such grace and eloquence. Let's invite the next performance on stage, School Code 14.
Good morning everyone, my name is Ada Arora and I have taken inspiration from the writings of Sylvia Plath and Billie Eilish. This poem is called The View from Halfway Down. And so I believed that I seized my fate, for I will be kissing the earth at any rate. The wind shall carry me bolder and stronger. My interior monologue will haunt me no longer. Eyes shut so tight, but I must seek a glance before I drown, as curiosity is my greatest fiend, the view from halfway down. My fleeting heart thunders against my skeleton, and I can't help but be reminded of my mere mortal existence. I long to be as carefree as the wind, be rid of my sins and have serendipity as my soulful companion. But cowardice isn't something I can outrun. I may put on a polished mask and a burnished crown, but I must face the view from halfway down. Would I do it all again when I am 6 feet under? Will my grave be watered by the decorous rain? I now wonder. The safety of the ledge is something I cherish, but I am soon water-bound. Awaiting as if the ocean would make my decision, I listen to my evanescent heart pound. Maybe if I waited longer, not punish myself for every youthful delinquency, I would have found my true calling. Ironic, isn't it, as this self-actualization occurs while falling? I am turning bluer than a butterfly and colder than my father's eyes. 'Tis the moment of eternal variations, colors and tones, and I wish I could preserve the cruel beauty of this town, but I must face the view from halfway down. Dwell all you want, but your fate is now seized, my friend. There is no more left to transcend. The trees flutter no longer. The birds chirrup no more. The wind stills. This is the silence of astounded souls. The silence that drowns all sound. As I bid a farewell to the view from halfway down.
Wow, that truly moved and inspired us all. Last but not the least, LVG 15, the stage is all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shreya Arora, and I will be reciting my poem called A Woman in a Frame, which has been inspired by the works of Taylor Swift and Sylvia Plath. It's about a woman who was wrongfully accused of being a witch and how her story was erased. Charges on scrolls. They paint me out to be a dishonest sort of breed. Innocent stuck. A woman trapped in a frame. And now, they're preparing the pots and firing up the flames. A child, benign, a statue, innocuous, a teenager, inching closer. A woman faced with baseless claims, my face hid with a unified stare. A wronged woman, weaving snarls out of smiles and tragedies out of thin air. I hear them in the marketplace, they're piling. In the streets, there's rioting, told to tell the truth. So at dawn, I issued a warning. 3 puffs of smoke. Or is it the unnatural, waking and stirring? It's unveiled now that blood means nil. They're weeding. Everyone wants a piece of the cake, a seat at the table, a pot of gold, hunting, torches ablaze, leading them to the end of the rainbow. When it's done, screams shall rip through me and through membranous jumps. They say the dead have big eyes and mine shall gape. They'll be preaching God as they're setting the gospel truth aflame. This witch will lose herself to the sky and to ash, to a bed of blue flames. Each day, winds and seasons change, and my memory will be rearranged until nothing is left there to restate. They'll lock me away in vaults beyond the most experienced of locksmiths, and one day they'll be done hanging me up in a frame. So spare no prayers and listen close. Her story won't be told again. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that impactful performance. Each of our participants today have truly proven that poetry is not just words on paper. It's an emotional journey, a rhythm that speaks directly to the soul.
Every poem performed here today was a masterpiece in its own right. Each line a stroke of brilliance, each rhythm a heartbeat that connects us across time and space. Congratulations to all participants.
Well, Anya, it seems like our time is up. We are now going to move forward towards the next segment, Kavi Sammelan. Let us invite Shaurya and Alankrita to begin the next event. Over to you two.
मूर्तिकार पत्थर की मूर्ति बनाता है। भक्त उस मूर्ति को अपनी भावनापूर्ण भक्ति से भगवान बनाता है। कवि अपना काव्य रचता है। श्रोताओं का उत्साह उसे अनुपम बनाता है। जब हम अतीत और वर्तमान के बीच बने सेतु पर खड़े होते हैं तो परंपरा हमें अपनी जड़ों की याद दिलाती है और आधुनिक दुनिया हमें नए क्षितिज की ओर खींचती है। भावों की सरिता में गोते लगाना हम सभी को प्रिय है। आप सभी के हृदय को महकाने हमारे उभरते हुए कवि सभागार को इतिहास का रसपान कराएंगे।
आज हम वर्तमान और अतीत को अपने कवि सम्मेलन राउंड 1 के माध्यम से आपके समक्ष ला रहे हैं, जहां हमारे प्रतिभाशाली उभरते कवि स्वरचित कविताएं साझा करेंगे जो इतिहास से रूबरू विषय पर आधारित है।
मंच पर उपस्थित कवियों की कविताओं के माध्यम से हम आज की तेज रफ्तार दुनिया में परंपरा की प्रासंगिकता को जानेंगे, जो हमें याद दिलाएगी कि इतिहास सिर्फ एक रिकॉर्ड नहीं है बल्कि हमारे जीवन में एक जीवंत प्रभाव है। इसकी अमिट छाप युगों युगांतर तक विद्यमान रहेगी।
तो बिना किसी देरी के आइए हम इस काव्य रस में डूब जाएं, क्योंकि हमारे प्रतिभागी इतिहास और वर्तमान को अपनी ओजस्वी वाणी के द्वारा आपके सामने लाने को आतुर हैं। आइए जोरदार तालियों के साथ हमारे प्रथम कवि दानिका बजाज का स्वागत करें।
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम दानिका बजाज है। स्कूल कोड LBG 04। आज मैं इतिहास से रूबरू विषय पर एक कविता प्रस्तुत करने जा रही हूँ। सोचा न था कि इतिहास से रूबरू होंगी एक दिन, सोचा न था कि होगा सामना इतिहास से यूं एक दिन। अतीत के आईने में झलकता आया वर्तमान, इतिहास घटित घटनाओं का, इतिहास प्राचीन परंपराओं का। सोचा न था कि इतिहास से रूबरू होंगी एक दिन, सोचा न था कि होगा सामना इतिहास से यूं एक दिन। वो संस्कार जो मिले विरासत में, वो मूल्य जो जीवन के हर पहलू में, वो संस्कृति की सौंधी खुशबू जो बसी है कण कण में, वो रिश्तों की गर्माहट जो बसी जीवन के हर क्षण क्षण में, वो त्योहारों के रीति रिवाज जो बसते हैं जीवन के हर पल पल में। सोचा न था कि इतिहास से रूबरू होंगी एक दिन, सोचा न था कि होगा सामना इतिहास से यूं एक दिन। परंपरा समाज की पहचान है, वीर योद्धाओं ने रचा इतिहास है। परंपरा ने बांधा एकता में समाज है, समता साहस ने रचा इतिहास है। नैतिक मूल्य आचरण और जिम्मेदारी परंपराओं की सिखलाई सीख है। सदाचार सेवा और कर्तव्य यही हमारी संस्कृति की पहचान है। सोचा न था कि इतिहास से रूबरू होंगी एक दिन, सोचा न था कि होगा सामना इतिहास से यूं एक दिन। अतिथि देवो भवः हमारा है नारा, वही दुनिया को एक करने का सहारा। मेहमान तो भगवान है, यही हमारे संस्कारों की पहचान है। कहना बस एक बार है, आधुनिकता की राह में बढ़ते रहें, प्रकृति की राह में अपनी संस्कृति से जुड़े रहें। विज्ञान ऊंचाइयां छुएं पर अपनी संस्कृति की जड़ों से जुड़े रहें। सोचा न था कि इतिहास से रूबरू होंगी एक दिन, सोचा न था कि होगा सामना इतिहास से यूं एक दिन। वर्तमान ही बनेगा इतिहास, दीपावली के दीप, होली के रंग, हर साल वही उमंग। दिल तो वही पुराना है, मिलकर गाना एक तराना है। इतिहास की गली सड़ी बुराइयां छोड़कर, इतिहास की ऊंचाइयां लेकर, एकता समता से भरा समाज बनाना है। वर्तमान को इतिहास से रूबरू कराना है। एकता समता से भरा समाज बनाना है, वर्तमान को इतिहास से रूबरू कराना है। धन्यवाद।
इतिहास वर्तमान में पिरोने का कितना अद्भुत तरीका है। आपके शब्दों ने सचमुच ऐतिहासिक परंपरा को जीवंत कर दिया। अब हमारे बीच आ रहे हैं हमारे दूसरे प्रतिभागी LVG09।
सुप्रभात आदरणीय निर्णायक गण और सभा में उपस्थित सभी दर्शक गण, आप सभी को मेरी ओर से हार्दिक अभिनंदन। देवियों और सज्जनों, आप सभी से विनम्र निवेदन है कि कृपया अपनी कमर की पेटियों को कसकर बांध लीजिए। भाई, चुनौती ही कुछ ऐसी थी कि हम गागर में सागर भर लाएं। आधुनिकता के इस दौर में भारत की विविध परंपराओं और अमूल्य संस्कृति को काव्य रचना के रूप में प्रस्तुत करना था। तो लीजिए, हम उपस्थित हैं अपनी काव्यांजलि सहित। विश्व गुरु भारत परंपरा की दौड़ में सबसे आगे, इतिहास के पन्नों में बसी मधुर गूंज संस्कृति की, पुरखों की हर कोशिश में बसी हुई है सीख अपनों की। उनके ज्ञान अनुभव की महिमा मन के हर कोने को छू ले, मन के हर कोने को छू ले। गौरवशाली इतिहास से हो परिचित हम भारतवासी अपनी संस्कृति न भूलें। भारतवासी अपनी संस्कृति न भूलें। जीवित का सम्मान कर मृतकों को अमर बनाया, श्राद्ध के रूप में सदा पूर्वजों को संग अपने पाया। प्रतिमा त्योहारों की परिपाटी ने, प्रतिमा त्योहारों की परिपाटी ने इम्यून सिस्टम को बढ़ाया। भाग्यशाली है हम सब जो ऐसी सांस्कृतिक धरोहर को पाया, स्वर्णिम धरोहर को पाया। भारतीय मसालों में हल्दी जीरा जब दुनिया के काम आया, तब कोविड की महामारी से इसी ने इम्यून सिस्टम को बढ़ाया। इम्यूनिटी बूस्टर के महामंत्र को पूर्वजों ने भोजन में था छिपाया। जी हाँ, भोजन में था छिपाया। इस महाविपदा से स्ट्रॉन्ग इम्यूनिटी वाला तो निकल ही आया। हमारे गौरवशाली इतिहास ने विश्व को शांति का पाठ पढ़ाया। आवश्यकता पड़ने पर हमें शस्त्र उठाना भी सिखाया। आपस में लड़ झगड़ रहे देशों के बीच भारत विश्व की धरा पर शांति का दूत, जी हाँ सही समझे, शांति का दूत बन उभर आया। धन्यवाद। कक्षा 10वीं की ओर से मैं अस्मी सुखीजा अपनी कविता को यही विराम देती हूँ। अंत में मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी, स्वस्थ रहो, मस्त रहो और कविताएं लिखने में व्यस्त रहो। जय हिंद।
आपकी कविता ने बहुत खूबसूरती से इस भाव को प्रस्तुत किया है कि कैसे अतीत आज भी हमसे बात करता है और हमारे अंतःकरण को झंकृत करता है।
हमारे अगले प्रतिभागी हैं LVG06 जो अपनी कविता से आपको आनंदित करेंगे।
शुभ अपराह्न। यहाँ पर उपस्थित निर्णायक मंडल व मेरे प्रिय मित्रों, आप सभी को मेरी ओर से सादर प्रणाम। आज आपके इस कवि सम्मेलन में मैं स्वयं द्वारा लिखी हुई एक कविता प्रस्तुत करने जा रहा हूँ जो आपको इतिहास से रूबरू करवाएगी। मेरा स्कूल कोड है LVG06। भारत का इतिहास है गाथा मान और बलिदान की, कई मुश्किलों से उभरी है ये धरती हिंदुस्तान की। अन्य धर्मों ने पहना है हमारे वतन का ताज, पहले थे तानाशाह फिर आया लोकतंत्र का राज। फना हुए वीर शहीद हुए जवान ताकि बढ़ सके जी सके हमारा हिंदुस्तान। इतिहास है एक ऐसी गाथा है, ये हमें कितना कुछ सिखाता, फिर क्यों भूलते जा रहे हैं हम यह इतिहास की कहानी। कितना कुछ सिखाते हैं हमें राजा राम और सीता रानी। बहुत खून और पसीना बहा है जैसे हो बारिश का पानी, धर्म अधर्म के युद्ध में सैकड़ों ने दी है कुर्बानी। हमारा काल है ज्ञान का महासागर, इससे सीखना लेना होगा शूरवीरों और ज्ञानियों का अनादर। आज के युवा ने ओढ़ ली है झूठ की चादर, पर कहती है हमारी परंपरा करो बड़ों का आदर। जो ना सीखा इतिहास से वह हुआ है बर्बाद, जिसने भी अपनाई रहा अधर्म की उसे करते हैं सब दुर्भावना से याद। राजाओं ने ना जाने कितने महल बनवाए, सत्ता के लिए कितनों पर बाण चलवाए। क्या फर्क रह गया है उस समय और आज में, जहां लोग स्वार्थ के लिए एक दूसरे का ही रक्त बहाएं। यही होता है जब हम नहीं सीख लेते अपने इतिहास से, तभी तो कहते हैं बड़े बूढ़े शिक्षा लो अपने भूतकाल से। तो आइए ज्ञान प्राप्त करें इतिहास से, तभी तो हम दूर रहेंगे पहले जैसे हालात से। धन्यवाद।
आपके शब्दों ने सदियों के बीच की खाई को पाट कर हमें याद दिलाया है कि परंपराएं सिर्फ अतीत में नहीं हैं, बल्कि आज भी हमारे भीतर जीवित हैं।
जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए हमारे अगले प्रतिभागी LVG 10 का, जो अपने नवीन विचारों की ताजगी से आपको सराबोर कर देंगे।
नमस्कार, मैं हृदय सेतिया आज आपके समक्ष इतिहास से रूबरू विषय पर एक स्वरचित कविता प्रस्तुत करने जा रहा हूँ। दुख ताप से चलते मन में आनंद रस भर दे, वही है काव्य। लय छंद और अलंकारियों से सजकर मन को हर्षाए, है वही काव्य। काव्य कोई हाल फिलहाल की घटना नहीं, इसका इतिहास सदियों पुराना है। पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी हो रहे बदलावों को हमें अपनी कविता में सुनाना है। पहले थी नदियों की कलकल और शीतल मंद हवा, चांदनी रातें थी, सूरज की चमक की बातें थी। झरने झरझर बहते थे और पर्वत शीश उठाते थे। कवि इनमें खोकर अपनी सभी चिंताएं भूल जाते थे। परंतु अब नदियों की कलकल को बांधों ने बंद कर रोका है। शीतल मंद हवा में जहर प्रदूषण का गोला है। पहले कहते थे कि सपनों को पाने के लिए जरूरी है जोश, उत्साह और आसमान की उड़ान। अब इन्हीं सपनों की खोज में दिखाते हैं उदास मन, खोई यादें और चेहरे की थकान। प्राचीन काव्य में था सादगी का संसार, किसानों के मेहनत की गीत और धरती का सुनहरा प्यार। अब पंक्तियां कहती हैं कि आधुनिक युग की भागदौड़ में एक अनजाना सा बोझ सब ढो रहे हैं। अधिक पाने की लालच में धैर्य, शांति, संतुष्टि सब खो रहे हैं। पहले कविता में नारी को पूजा जाता था, फिर अबला अबला कह उस मन को रौंदा जाता था। परंतु नारी अबला नहीं सबला है। धर रूप रणचंडी का शस्त्र वो उठाती है। वे कवि के कोमल हृदय में वीर रस भर आती है। परंतु कविता किसी भी समय की हो, वह दर्पण है मन की भावनाओं का। शब्दों में पिरोई गई कुछ अधूरी कुछ पूरी कामनाओं का। पहले कहते थे कि कविता बहुत पुरानी है, परंतु अब देखिए हर किसी को यह सुनानी है। कुछ बदला कुछ बदलेगा, परंतु यह समय यूं ही बदलता जाएगा। कल आज का कवि कल का इतिहास बन जाएगा, परंतु कविता का यह इतिहास ऐसे ही चल रहा है और हिंदी कविता का यह सफर यूं ही आगे बढ़ता जाएगा। धन्यवाद।
आप सभी मेरी इस बात से सहमत होंगे कि इनकी आवाज़ में परंपरा और संस्कृति की प्रतिध्वनि गूंज रही है, जो हमें विगत और वर्तमान के स्थायी प्रभाव की याद दिला रही है।
अब हमारे बीच आ रहे हैं हमारे अगले प्रतिभागी LVG 13, इतिहास के पन्नों को कविता में पिरोकर आपके समक्ष प्रस्तुत करने को आते हैं।
सुमध्यान आदरणीय सभासदों, निर्णायक मंडल और मंच पर उपस्थित सभी उभरते कवियों को मैं नमन करती हूँ। मेरा स्कूल कोड LVG 013 है। हमारा काव्य इतिहास बहुत ही समृद्ध है। अनेकों कवियों ने अपनी भाव सरिता से युगों युगों से श्रोताओं को तृप्त किया है।
आज मैं अपनी कविता के माध्यम से, इतिहास के झरोकों से अपने अंतर मन की बात आपके कानों तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास कर रही हूँ। आशा है मेरी बात आपके दिल को छुएगी। जब इतिहास से होते हैं रूबरू, सच झूठ के पर्दे खुलते हैं यूं। वीरों की गाथाएं दिल को लुभाती, बलिदान की बातें हमें सिखाती। राजाओं की शान, योद्धाओं का नाम, हर पन्ने से मिलता साहस का पैगाम। युद्ध की गरज और शांति की पुकार, हर पन्ने में छिपा है वो जीवन का सार। संघर्ष की राहें कभी कठिन कभी सुकून, हर कदम पर मिलता एक नया जुनून। धरती की धड़कन और इंसानों का स्वभाव, इतिहास हमें दिखाता है समय का प्रभाव। सपनों में छिपी वो पुरानी जो बात, वो हमें दिखाए एक नई सौगात। कभी हार तो कभी जीत की कहानी, हर पल किस्मत की बदलती निशानी। कल से सबक जो आज तक आया, हमने उसी में अपना कल है सजाया। धीरज की बातें और साहस का जोर, हर पन्ने में छिपी है वो आगे की ओर। इतिहास की गलियों में वो बसा जो संसार, उसमें दिखता हमारा सारा आकार। हर कथा हर कहानी जो सुनाई गई, उसी में हमारी पहचान बनाई गई। सपनों की नींव हो या हकीकत का द्वार, हर रहस्य हमें देता एक नया विचार। कल की कहानियाँ जब भी दोहराई जाती, भविष्य की राहें नई बनाई जाती। कवियों की कविताओं से जो सीख मिलती, मुश्किल के समय में वही उम्मीद की रेख बनती। इतिहास के पन्नों में वो बसी जो बात, जो कल था वही आज की सौगात। इतिहास हमें सिखाता हर पल, कैसे जीते ये जीवन हर पल। रूबरू हूँ इनसे और सवारों ये जीवन, क्योंकि कल की कहानियाँ ही तो हैं आज की धड़कन, आज की धड़कन, आज की धड़कन। धन्यवाद।
आपकी कविता ने सभी के हृदय में अमिट छाप छोड़ी। हमारे अगले प्रतिभागी LVG 14 आपके सामने आने वाले हैं।
सुमध्यान, मेरा स्कूल कोड है LVG 014 और मेरी कविता पुरानी से नई काव्य शैली तक की यात्रा को दर्शाती है, जिसमें समय के साथ विचारों, भावनाओं और अभिव्यक्ति में आए परिवर्तन को रेखांकित किया गया है। सरल भाषा और भावनात्मक स्पर्श के साथ यह कविता याद दिलाती है कि साहित्य और काव्य भी हमारे समाज के बदलते संस्कारों का प्रतिबिंब होते हैं। तो अब मैं आपके सामने अपनी कविता प्रस्तुत करता हूं। समय प्राचीन था, छंदों में बंधा था कवि। कविता के हर शब्द में संस्कारों की थी अद्भुत छवि। श्रृंगार और वीर रस में डूबी रचते थे कवि नई सृष्टि। कभी राजा रानी के किस्से तो कभी यथार्थ की दृष्टि। संस्कृत की धारा में बहती श्लोकों की परंपरा आई, शब्दों की माला में गुंथकर मानवता की कथा सुनाई। नैतिकता और वेदों का मान रामायण महाभारत में था जीवन का सार। संस्कारों की जड़ें थी गहरी, हर श्लोक ने सिखाया हमें आचार विचार। फिर आया समय बदले भावों का, भक्ति में डूबी हर रचना। तुलसी, सूर, कबीर ने गाया प्रेम व ईश्वर का मिलना। उर्दू के नए शायरों ने इंसान की व्यथा को महसूस किया। मीर गालिब ने मीठी जुबान की डोरी से रूहानी लफ्जों को एहसास दिया। रंग बदला कविता का, संस्कारों ने ओढ़ी चादर नई। नव कवियों ने खोले द्वार, कविता की नव उड़ान देखी गई। आज की कविता है कटाक्ष से परिपूर्ण, भक्ति व भावों के पार है चली आई। मन की पीड़ा, दुनिया की बात सीधी सरल भाषा में समझाई। पुरानी से नई की ओर यात्रा यह अनवरत चलती रही। हर कविता में संस्कारों की आभा फिर भी चमकती रही। इस यात्रा का यही सार है, संस्कार ही कवि का आधार है। कविता की शैली भले ही बदले, मनुष्य के लिए संस्कृति ही उसका उद्धार है, संस्कृति ही उसका उद्धार है, संस्कृति ही उसका उद्धार। धन्यवाद।
आप सभी ने हमें सिखाया है कि कैसे अतीत की प्रतिध्वनि हमारे वर्तमान का आकार देती है और सभी के भावों को ऊर्जा देती है। मैं पुनः सभी को धन्यवाद देते हुए कार्यक्रम की बागडोर अपने सहभागियों को सौंपना चाहूँगी और आपसे विदा लेना चाहूँगी। ओवर टू आवर कंपेयर्स फॉर टुडे, सानवी एंड अमायरा।
As we conclude day one of our competitions, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed judges for their time and insightful evaluations. A big thank you to all the participants for their enthusiasm and hard work. Your talent truly shone today. To the students and teachers, your dedication and support made this event possible.
Let this be the beginning of many more literary journeys ahead.
Let the echoes of today inspire the voices of tomorrow. Thank you.
The classes are requested to be seated. You'll be accordingly guided. The student council and the teachers are there. Once the participants leave, you'll be then moving back to your classes. If we have any other remaining participants in the audience, we request all the inter-school participants from different schools who've joined us to kindly move to the cafeteria staircase, collect their refreshment boxes, and then proceed from there to your buses, please. The results will be mailed to your principal. We will be sending out e-certificates. And tomorrow we have 2 more competitions lined up. Can someone tell me which are the 2 competitions that we have tomorrow? We have Kavi Sammelan Part 2, which is, we had the first round of Kavi Sammelan today. And tomorrow what awaits us is something pretty exciting, which is called Tukbandi. Can someone in the audience tell me what Tukbandi is? Yeah, what is Tukbandi? Rhyming couplets. Okay, so we are going to have Tukbandi in the auditorium tomorrow, and we have 1 more competition lined up for all of us. Okay, we'll start moving to our respective classrooms, row-wise. Hina ma'am, you can take over.
Beta, all of you who are sitting over there, right side. First they will start moving, then the middle one, and then the left one. So first, the children who are sitting, yes, towards the right. My right.
Recording of बच्चों को जाने के बाद हम करते हैं वायरिश में लाइट उतार कर